Questions comes from online. Asante sana.
Shukran sana watazamaji wetu wenye wako online na plenary yenye iko hapa kwa social hall. Tuko na mheshimiwa hapa, tungependa kuwakaribisha nyinyi wote. Kwa hiyo mjadala tutatumia lugha tatu. Tutatumia Kiingereza, Kiswahili na pia Turkana. Karibuni tujumuike pamoja kwa mjadala huu wa kuuliza maswali 2-3. Mheshimiwa, tuambie majina yako kamili. Umetoka ward gani? Umefika wapi kimasomo na utendakazi wako, your experience. Na pia utuambie you are in which political party. Welcome mheshimiwa.
Thank you very much Daktari for inviting me to this debate undertaken in Turkana West. My official names are Lochor Bethwell Kobongin. I stand here on behalf of Songot people, why I have represented them for the last 2 terms. I'm a degree holder. That is the level of education I am currently. Professionally, I'm a nursing officer, stroke environmentalist. So those are my 2 professionals or professions. So I am a member of County Assembly for Songot Ward the last 2 terms.
Very well mwesh. Umesimama kwa party gani?
The first term I was elected on URP. Second term I was elected in Jubilee Party. This term I am with UDA. The party to beat currently is UDA.
Very well mheshimiwa. Waambie wapiga kura wako wa Songot Ward agendas zako 5 muhimu. Your 5 key agendas that you want to do if re-elected. 5 key agendas.
Doctor, if you allow me, probably people may not know what is this word called Songot. Just give a bit of background about Songot before I come to the 5 agendas.
Very well, Mheshimiwa. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Daktari, I was elected on the 4th of March 2013. Before that, I want to give you and the general public and the viewers all over how was Songot before I became their leader. Allow me start with education. In education, before 2013, we had 3 examining or examinable schools. That is Senimak, Songot Primary, Nakurum Primary, and Lomrat Primary. Those were the only 3 schools that were examining in Songot, undertaking KCPE. And then there were also, later after our election, Lokudle, we started with Lokudle Primary, Teremgus, Lokangai, and Emilite. Some of the oldest schools in my ward, actually the oldest school since 1970s is Lokangai. Lokangai, up to the time we were elected, had not done the first KCPE candidate. But you know, we put a lot of effort. That was myself and member of parliament, the current member of parliament. We put a lot of effort, we put a lot of money, a lot of resources. There was a lot of public participation because most of these kids from that region would come and take the exams at Lopur and Kakuma here. But we thought, why was that happening? Because of so many challenges. And we worked on the challenges that brought these people or brought these kids to Kakuma and Lopur. So, currently, we have 7 examining schools. That is a very big achievement. Within the period of time we've served as an elected leader. I want to do this on behalf because partly I was involved and member of parliament was involved, the current member of parliament. We all put resources there to achieve that, that achievement. And then within that period, we've also opened a school called Narimeto. There was no school before. We started with an ECD, and slowly we've elevated it to a level of a primary school. Daktari, 2013, before 2013, in Songotu Ward, there was no anything called ECD.
Yes, Mosh. Please proceed.
There was nothing called ECD. There was no structure. There was no kids. There was nothing. And so, when we were elected, from 2013 up to 2022, we've opened like 8 ECD centers. These 8 ECD centers are actually operational now with structures. That is Apuhu ECD, Lokangai, Emilite ECD, Lokanga 2, Nanyagipi ECD, Lokule ECD, Senimaki ECD, Teremguzi ECD, Remeto ECD. And actually, there are still others that we've actually opened, but they are still under those local structures because of limited or scarce of resources. Called Otiang ECD, Atiri ECD, Lochereng ECD, Kopeto ECD, Nasali ECD, Rotakwan ECD, Nakdodoka ECD, Nakulube ECD, Narubi ECD, Lomdat ECD, Kenya Power ECD. All those are things we've tried to work so that services reach closer to the people that sit there. Because most of our villages are sedentary now. They do not move from one point to the other unlike before. That within that period of time, before that, there was only one secondary school called Somewhat Secondary School. That is the only secondary school we have in our ward. But again, within this period, we've added, although under construction, Somewhat Girls High School. So that is a very big achievement, people. We are doing tremendously very well with that. Daktari, on academics, I want to say, without mincing my words, before 2013, ladies and gentlemen, we never had even a single degree in Songod Ward. No, there was no single degree in Songod Ward. But what we've done, with the help of Member of Parliament and myself, currently, we have 25 degree holders in Songot Ward. That is not a small thing. We've worked with students to achieve that level. We have 30 diplomas, we have 30 certificates, and 4 masters ongoing as we speak today. That is something we should not be worried about. We are so happy as a ward. So, meaning, we put resources so that these kids, these young people, go to schools. So how do what made that success is bursary. We put a lot of money for these people to go to school. And where did we get this money? One, bursary from CDF, and then skill development from the county government of Turkana. And then the third way is scholarships from financial institutions. So those are the 3 sources of money, sources of funds that we were able to mobilize for these young people to to go to their various secondary schools. That is on education, Daktari.
Yes, yes.
Now allow me proceed with the other sector.
Please proceed.
Thank you. With the other sector, let me touch something on water. I'm giving background of Songot and now, as we compare, as before I usher in the next election. Before 2013, we never had any borehole. There were only 2 boreholes. One it called Aposta, another one in Teremgus, and the third one actually was at Lokangai. And there were 2 solar powered boreholes, that is Teremgus and Lokangai. Since 2013 up to now, we have Lomidat, which is solid. We have Nakulume, which is solid. We have Lolime Exil, solid. We have Nanyangakipi, solid. We have Nasnyono, solid, although it's not working now because of challenges of water. We have Lokudle, solid. We have Atir, solid. We have Aposta, solid and piped. All these are solid and piped, which was not there. So that is a very big achievement for Songot Ward large. On the same, with water pans, Kochomin, Nagulea Kring, Ayanai Kuyen, Lokunusio, Lokangai, Ikalale, and Nakoges, and then we've also rock catchment at Lomidat. All those happened between 2013 and 2022 as we move towards this current election. When agriculture and livelihood, there was no anything in the name of farming within Songot, but between 2013 and up to now, we've about 5 agricultural areas within that ward. We have Lomidat Spet Irrigation, which we allocated between 2014 and 2016, 74 million to upgrade that land. Use of flood water to irrigate 150 acres for Lomidat people. We have Naznyono farming, which is actually partly supported by Adona and the county government. We have Narimeto farming, which is actually one of our initiatives. They are planting grass and then also farming. Lowiye Kisil farming, and then we have Narubu. Those are partly some of the things we've done on agriculture. Roads, there was no road. Our ward was closed. You will only use this road, the tarmac road, to access Lukchogyo and those other small centers, and then Lokangai. This is the only road that was available by then. But currently, we opened Nasnyono Lokangai Road, or Lokangai Nasnyono, which did not exist by then. We have Lokangai Nasnyono Nanyangakipi Road, Loperin, Napeikar. We have Aposta, Narimeto, Tremguz Road. We have Lomidat, Nakulumbe, Nanam Road. We have Lomidat, Narubu Road. All those happened between 2013 and 2022. Okay, Youth and Women Empowerment Fund. In 2014-2015 financial year, we allocated from the county government 7 million for empowering our youth and women. And I was actually the one distributing those checks. You all know, those in Songot know, that we allocated like each group about 300 to 150, depending on the numbers, 200,000. We allocated to 30 groups as part of the empowering. On employment, up to now, before 2013, we will not boast of having employed anyone in Songot Ward. But immediately after 2013, we agreed with young people in Songot that we'll embark in education. We said that they should not go for these white collar jobs, these small opportunities. We said let them go to school first. So we all agreed that that term will be a waste of time because we never had a degree, we never had diplomas, we never had certificates. But since 2013, up to now, we only managed to employ one person, the current ward administrator, our current ward administrator, who is now contesting against me. That was the first person that was employed by the county government, courtesy of my own intervention. That was that. The other thing is, others, since then, we have had several employments on. We've had several employments. We've had several employments ongoing in my ward. We've about 30, mostly young people working with different employers right away from NGOs in Kakuma, from the county government and other sectors. So that is part of our achievement as a ward. On health, Daktari, I want to say before the camera, on this camera, that our ward has achieved the WHO requirements of 5 kilometers interspace between each facility. I want you to get that right. Inter-facility distance between each facility in Songot is 5 kilometers. We've achieved it. The first ward to have achieved it in this county is Songot ward. We had only 3 facilities by then. We had Lokangai, we had Nakurum, and Aposta. Currently, all our static centers have dispensary, and they are staffed, they have water, they are fenced. What I want to work with, if God wishes, is now the issue of lighting, because all of them do not, 1 or 2, 3 have no lighting system. So that is something we boast with as a ward. Dr. Up to there, that will form part of what I have done as a ward
Very
up to now.
Very well, Mheshimiwa.
So
I think you've shared your success story for the last 10 years. Now, for these 5 years you want to be elected, what do you think you can do? How will you want to convince your voters that you have something on the table for them? Please share with your voters what you have for the 5 years in your basket.
Thank you very much, Dr. My desire in 2022, those in Songot ward, this is my desire, is to serve you and grow Songot from that lowest level to somewhere in terms of economy. I wanted to request, if they give me that opportunity, is to expand the current farms, the current irrigation scheme. Because Dr. and the people of Songot, the issue of this drought, our land is one of the most productive places. And if given the opportunity, my main objective this time is, in Kiswahili, in Kiswahili I want to say, niboreshe ili ambazo nimeshaanzisha. Kuboresha those that we've started. Kuboresha means what? Is to improve and upgrade what exists currently. That is, if I have a school that requires some kind of improvement, that is why I'm headed to. The only problem we have currently is is lack of employment for service providers. For example, even if you construct so many ECDs, even if you construct so many dispensaries, there is no employment. They are going to be white elephant. So what we are aiming to do is to see whether the current facilities, whether education, whether facilities, health facilities, are all being improved, so that they are able to provide basic services to our people within the ward. Number 2, Okay.
Please proceed, Mheshimiwa. We are listening to you.
So I'm saying what I have in store for some people currently, as I look forward for re-election for that term, I have like two things I wanted to do in health system. One is to expand Apostle dispensary to a model facility and Lokangai Health Center to a modern, two at least, to upgrade them from the level they are currently to a bit higher facility so that they are able to provide very basic services. Upgrade means put all services required by that facility to be able to serve people within that region, and referrals. And referral means what? Within the period of time, if given by some people, I will lobby for like procurement of ambulances, 2 ambulances, and that is one in Aposta, the second one in Lokangai. To do what? To ease referral and collection of clients from deep inside my ward to areas that are required to be referred to. And then put up more ECD. That is what I'm requesting for. One of the 5 things you are talking for. Put up more ECDs in priority areas with high volume number of children. Because as I said, there are several areas that have not, ECDs have not been opened, and they are really very needy. The other thing is to reach every student joining Form 1 and with bursary. Okay, just in case education is not free. That is in case education is not free. My objective, one of the objectives is to make sure all students in Somot joining Form 1 access bursary without difficulty. So that is that. And then supply clean drinking water. I will also put a lot of resources. Recently, Dr. We initiated in the county assembly the Ward Development Fund Act. We've already passed it.
Yes, I'm aware. The governor has assented.
The governor has just assented the other day. That is the money that is has come to every ward. So because of that, we are planning to use part of that money to make sure water is available in the wards, in areas that are really very needy. We have several areas. One of the areas is Nasinyono, for example. Nasinyono, we've tried as many times. We've tried to sink boreholes, they are dry, always, about 8. Within the period of time, I've been a member of the county assembly for Somot Ward. 8 dry boreholes. And so, we will not give up. We will try, keep on trying. Up to there, Dr. I think I've given some background.
Thank you.
My intention.
Now, with the agendas you've highlighted, I wanted to get some clarification, and your photos would wish to get the responses. I have not heard you mentioning on agriculture. Songot Ward has a lot of arable land, but Prosopis juliflora has taken over the arable land. It has reduced the acreage of land for agriculture to a small percentage. What is your comment on that? Or what do you intend to do about that?
Thank you very much, Dr. Madenge is a tree you cannot manage. However good or smart you are, eradicating the tree or Madenge will require resources and the money. The money allocated to us in the ward may not be so sufficient enough to eradicate Mathenge. I spoke a lot on agriculture, and I said there are areas that already are under agriculture area, under agriculture. And so what we'll do, we will expand more of these areas and probably get more. In the budget, in the current budget, Dr. I have put more about, allocated more money to, if you can allow me, a place called Nanyakipi, where we've allocated like 22 million for agriculture, drip irrigation. We've also allocated another 10 million to Kopeto, which is also meant for sped irrigation. That money, as we do that, although you may not eradicate this Mathenge, of course, from the area you are planning to put some of these shambas, that is the only area you can eradicate, because it is impossible to eradicate Mathenge. It requires a lot of resources and intervention from outside us here.
Thank you. I get you. I wanted to know what plans do you have in maybe making sure that you get resources, enough resources. Anyway, that was the illiteracy level in your ward and the affirmative action you intend to do. What is the literacy level?
Thank you. My ward is one of the most pastoral. Very. When I came to power or elected, there were like 8 villages, 8 static villages. But currently, I've spoken, we've opened so many centers now. I've opened like 13 more. Now people live within these centers. So what we are saying is, within these centers and the old one, which is like 21 to 22 centers now, our intention, as I said, is to grow education from basics. And the basic is ECD. And then slowly we move to a primary school. And so we've put that thing into trial, and we are trying to use it. The only way, Daktari and the audience, you will improve education anywhere is you must have some basics education right away from children. Small ECD children, and then you grow to primary school. And as I said, we are trying to open a girls' secondary school within that ward. Basic, illiterate level is very high. I can't give percentage because I'm only aware of literacy level at Turkana County and not the one for each of our wards and villages.
Very well. Our online viewers, please stream your questions as we wait for the plenary session. But we have 2 questions from the online community. One question is, Lokangai Dispensary used to have an ambulance between 2014 and 2015, but eventually disappeared. What happened? Number 2, how are you going to ensure that the road infrastructure within Lokangai is improved during the rainy season? Yes, Mheshimiwa, respond to that.
Thank you, Dr. All of us do not live for eternity, okay? Everything has shelf life. And the ambulance, it's me who brought the ambulance. Again, Dr. as a small ward, let me tell you the background, a small thing about Somot. When I first came to elected in 2013, I was in the County Assembly of Turkana. I took the chairmanship of Committee for Health. That was one good thing about Somot Ward. And so because of that, I used my powers to make sure I've gotten an ambulance for Lokangai. Although people did not accept that was ambulance meant for that place. They kept on telling us, oh, ABCD, that until eventually the ambulance was for that facility. Now, that ambulance, all vehicles, I want to put it this very clear. All ambulances procured by the county government 2013-2014 financial year, all of them have been rendered unroadworthy. And they are all stuck somewhere in garages in Lodwar. So we do not have vehicles currently, Daktari, in the old vehicles, the old ambulances, anywhere. So what we are trying to do now, currently, we have ambulances from other, we are buying new ambulances currently. So the old ambulances mechanically was grounded, and it is somewhere in the garage in Lodwar. It cannot be repaired because the money that will be used to repair that ambulance is equal to the money that will be used to buy a new ambulance. And then, before I say the road to Lokangai, how will it be improved during rain season, someone in Kakuma must say, and then Lopur say, before, because I should be the last one to say. What will Kakuma do? Because I cannot improve the road between Lopur and Kakuma before this one is improved. Because the road cuts 3 wards. Okay? It must start from Kakuma here at the Kakuma mixed playground, and then all the way to Namon, that is within Lopur ward, and then from Lopur I take over from there. Otherwise, even if I do it from Namon to Naznyono, how about the rest of the places? So that's why it's basic for someone in Kakuma and Lopur to say, we put our effort together so that we will see what we can do, whether we put resources or not. And then number 2, the road between Kakuma and Lokangai is not under county government. It's not classified under county government. It is classified under KERA, a national government fund. So how do I do it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Before I move to the plenary, you talked of 4 masters ongoing, 25-degree holders, 30 diplomas, and a good number of certificates that you've midweaved during your term. And you also talked of unemployment. What plans do you have so that you can take care of the needs of these people who have gone to school? What plans do you have in terms of ensuring that they get employed, they get empowered?
Can I say, I have, in the county assembly, I have about 4 roles. Before I answer that question. Role number 1 is legislative. Role number 2 is oversight. Role number 3 is approve government policies, and then representation. I want to say, we take students to school, and then we also allow the same student to use the academics. They market themselves, because students should not wait at home and request for a honorable member to take them to look for jobs. You must also get your own opportunity to look for a job, other than waiting for me to take you for that farm. What we do, we can always lobby. We don't employ. Daktari, we only represent and lobby for them. If an employer accepts or declines, I have no option. But the basic thing is, students that have gone to school, we lobby for them, number 1. Number 2, they must also tell us that this position is somewhere here, so that on behalf of them, I can speak and say, okay, this is a young person from my ward. I took him to school, and now he's able to look for a job. Otherwise, sitting at home with a degree will not help you, Daktari. There are opportunities all over. So the best thing is, you get your degree, you get your diploma, you get your anything that will warrant you to be called a professional. then that will mean you go to look for a job without necessarily referring to Mheshimiwa to look for opportunity for you. On the assumption, now that I have like over 25 degrees in Song'ot ward, I can only lobby for 1, for 2, but the rest are just available in the market. Just like any other ward, like the country. So all over, the whole country has all these job problems. So, and the Song'ot is not special about it.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. You know, for us, when we see a Mheshimiwa, we know he should be the source of employment. Very well. The online viewers are asking, where are the other aspirants? Did you intimidate them? We are not seeing them here, yet we had invited them. Did you intimidate them? Or what is the fear? Or what have they decided? What is your comment on that? We are not seeing the rest of the aspirants. You are about seat 6. How many aspirants are in your ward? Song'ot ward?
4.
4 aspirants. Only 1, you appeared. Where are the rest 3? Did you do something so that they don't appear in the show?
Thank you, Dr. The other day, I buried my dad, I lost my father.
May his soul rest in peace. We are sorry for that.
I buried him yesterday. But I knew the elder, Chris, I had a message I got from him that I should come here. So I didn't invite my colleagues. I don't know whether I expected them here. So by virtue of them being out of this place, that's not my problem. People, so much people are here. And they see whether they are represented or those that claim to be contesting in Song'ot ward. Why are they not here? That is the question that need to be answered by voters, Song'ot voters who are viewing these things and listening all over the world.
Very well, Mheshimiwa. We can go to the plenary now. We can get 4 questions from the plenary. Song'ot ward electorates in the house. If you have a question, please come forward. A microphone is there.
Hello, kindly, when you come in front, be straight to the question. Be straight to the question. Don't beat around the bush. Ask the question in any language you are comfortable with. Thank you.
Please come forward. Tell us your name, your ward, where you are voting, your question. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Podium. Good morning, Daktari and Mheshimiwa.
Good morning.
Mui Dominic, Song'ot ward, Emilia Primary School as a polling station. Healthcare provider. What? Daktari, I have a question based on health in my ward. And basing this to some of the explanation Mheshimiwa gave, basing on basic in health, that's where my first question will base. There is a lot, but allow me as the first. Mheshimiwa talked of referral system. That one has been asked, and I will wish not to repeat. But the explanation he gave is not enough to me. Leave that one aside. Number 2, there is a basic unit called inner health. I'm very privileged to have the senior professionals, health providers here, and they can bear witness. What we call a maternal health child, to me, to the little knowledge I have, and the little experience I have, is based to a ward or to a facility. And it's a crucial part to a health facility or to a community. My question to Mheshimiwa, now that he has there for the last 10 years, or for the last 9 years, can he explain to us some measures or some evidence already in place to support such a basic unit. Challenge, Daktari, comes whereby there is a project ongoing in Lokanga Health Center of a female ward against a basic unit of maternal child health. That as the community, we gave a proposal to the implementer or the provider, that's Dr. Deep. It went against. Daktari, as we do projects basing on the community, do we consult the community basing on their priorities, or as leaders do as we plan and put our priorities?
Thank you very much. Any other question?
Question number 2, over empowerment. And Daktari, please, there is this condition called personal. When it is impressed on the wall, I take it as personal. It is not personal unless we relax and interpret the question as it comes. We had a colleague over the job empowerment. I have a colleague whom we supported, Mheshimiwa, before, and he was promised to be given a job. Daktari, we played a game, a cat, a hide and whatever game. We did several applications over the village administrator's position. It was said he never qualified, but as we speak, the job went into its own, worse than even it was before, to their colleague. Daktari, what is the empowerment and why are we running from the lobbying of jobs?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Those are 2 questions for you, Mheshimiwa. Any other question?
Daktari, to you, am I safe? To you, am I safe? Thank you.
We will respond to that. Thank you. Take the mic there.
If given time, I will still ask more.
Very well. Any other question? Who has a question? Yes, boss. Please come forward.
Yes.
Be brief and straight to the question. Tell us your name, your word.
Yes. Hi everyone. My name is Dapal David, a resident of Kakuma Ward, a voter at Kakuma Youth Multipurpose Hall in Towokayen. This is a general question because Mheshimiwa is a leader of majority in Turkana County government. Having been privileged to have 2 leader of majority produced in Turkana West, I would like to pose this question to Mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa, the question of unemployment is becoming a great monster in Turkana West, especially using 2 catchment areas. The first area is the presence of UNHCR around Turkana West. As a community, we have realized that the community liaison office, it was taken to Lodwa. That means most of the community decision making are being influenced by the Turkana County governor. And yet, you are also a senior executive officer at the county level. So, you are going to tell us the reasons why we are still lagging behind in terms of development. Turkana West residents being attached to the issue of experience, and yet we are still under development. That's the first question I would like to ask you, our office. Secondly, in Turkana County government, Turkana West professionals have been mistreated for long. If you go and do what is called social forensic audit, we have so many few professionals that have been employed in PNP terms in Turkana County government, causing a big pothole to the professionalism spirit in Turkana West. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Just give that. I hope that should be. Do we have someone behind there? Please come forward. Same person? No. That should be the last question so that we also ask the online questions. Tell us your name, where you vote, and your question.
Thank you. Good morning all. I am called Hosea. I am a voter at Songot Ward, Terempus polling station. My question is just general. It's not a targeting question. I am an healthcare provider, and I am asking my question in respect to health fraternity. And thank you, Dr. for being a role model for some of us.
Thank you very much.
Pursuing that highest level of education. We are also on that trajectory, at least.
Welcome.
I want to get maybe an explanation from Mheshimiwa, who is Mheshimiwa. I know he's doing a good job in Songot at Saposta, and there is a model facility within Aposta. I want to maybe he can give an oversight explanation. What plans does he have about Aposta dispensary? If so, it's a dispensary or an health center. Because the elephant in Turkana West is about the issue about the human resource. Now that such a facility is of benefit to the people of Aposta, how about the relationship between the healthcare or the patient-doctor relationship in terms of quality healthcare provision? And then number two, I know a colleague asked about an ambulance at Lopangai. We all understand what happened to that ambulance. It was due to a mechanical issue. But I think the battle is not lost for Mheshimiwa, because that is a far-flung area, and that ambulance was stationed at Lokangai to take care of Nasinyono, Achinialoteng, and those areas within that environs. So probably with your role as a leader of majority, you know you have a take in influencing a resource mobilization and also the placement of that noble asset in those areas, at least to help us in terms of the referral system. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you very much. We have an online question. I hope you've captured all the questions. The final one from the online family. Directing to Mheshimiwa, how can Honorable Kobongin solve the issues of water in Nasinyono since he has been in power for 10 years and yet people venture in harvesting water in deep wells, which end some of them lose lives during collapsing in the process of acquisition? Yeah, maybe you can answer those ones. The online viewers, please share your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Lokangai maternity issue. There are never issues for a specific place. There are issues for issue of poor services are spread across the country. And Turkana is not left behind. Turkana is one of the area, but as I said, inter-facility, before the county government came into being, the referrals were like 50 kilometers apart. But currently, there is something we need to appreciate, that although we have structures, the other thing that has not actually been implemented, as my Dr. Hosea said, is the issue of doctor-patient ratio. Because we do not have enough people or enough health workers to provide that. On the maternity issue of Lokangai, Dr. One of the first structure that was budgeted in my ward was Lokangai maternity. You know, for me, I'm not an architect. I don't draw, I'm not an architect role to draw figures or designs of facilities. The county government designed the current maternity. And then that that structure stayed for about 4 or 5 years before its completion. So we went ahead. I saw somebody from Dr. Deep here at the county government. I saw that gentleman here at Baba Iko. I saw here. Let me tell you, viewers, we do not, with the participation of Dr. Deep, I want to make it very clear here that we do not involve, we are never involved in Dr. Deep issues. They do that themselves. They go to all our areas without even consulting us. So my assumption is on the issue of public participation, it was undertaken in Lokangai to produce the current maternity. The public participation was done because members of the committee of Dr. Deep are members from Lokangai village. They are members, the chairman and the treasurer and the secretary from the committee are members from the same village they are referring to. So I want to say that issues to do with Dr. Deep are issues above me. Okay, they are not issues from the county government. If Kevo was here, he should be willing to give the right information over it. It is a national government project. So that is that for me. The other thing is on the job, village administrator job. Ladies and gentlemen, unless otherwise there is an sometimes maybe let me not say for some of the things because I ask a question, for example. If I say that because of ABCD, someone did not qualify, how will you say? I pushed. But if the candidate, the gentleman is referring to, did not qualify, did not graduate at the university, how do you push that, gentleman? And there was one paper that was a problem for that gentleman to qualify to become a village administrator. In the certificate, there was a star indicated there. And the people sitting at the board did not even shortlist him. They only said, this is not qualified. Why? There is a star somewhere here. Why he is not qualified? How do you qualify? All these things you must satisfy people that educated you. If you're not been qualified, if you're not graduated, for example, honestly speaking, ladies and gentlemen, how do you say that you need employment? Everywhere. It's not only the county government. Even here, you must show people that you've qualified and you are graduated and you have this degree. A degree with a star indicates that you're not qualified. That is the whole thing. So, I pushed the student numerous times. And I told him, the issue here is a star. You go you go and rectify the examination that you did not undertake. Go and take the exams, then come. That is the only thing that was a problem. Only that. I don't think there is anything beyond that. The boy is my boy. It's me who educated him. So I have no anything else other than that. And then on the issue of employment, UNSR and liaison and all that. It's true, ladies and gentlemen, that we have problem with NGOs, especially in Turkana West, because we realize most of the people that are never employed here are not our people. Most of the people employed come all the way from other regions. And there are so many reasons why that is happening. Before, okay, probably I want to say, I'm just one of you, one of the leaders in Turkana West. We've had numerous meetings to a level for almost 2 years. We had issues with UNSR. We linked, we never talked because of employment issues. We said we need to come with at least those graduates or professional. We said we will give you a list, for example, of people that have qualified in Turkana West, so that you have them, for example, with you. So that anytime you need an employee, you refer to some of these people. But the problem is, our NGOs are controlled whatever place. I remember one time, even the current member of parliament was threatened by Nairobi, young man. He was threatened by Nairobi that you are interfering with NGOs like who? Kamangai. Eh? That was Nairobi. Ministry of Interior threatened the current member of parliament on that. Secondly, those of us in Turkana West, the current members of county assembly in Turkana West, I remember we had a very serious meeting in Lodwar with the governor and the person in charge of this, these NGOs at Nairobi operation. And he said, without the governor, I cannot sit here. In Lodwar, boardroom of the governor. Akasema, mimi siwezi kaa na nyinyi, mtoke mwende. And you know, ilikuwa very serious until the governor intervened. So the thing here is, the people here, kuna wale ambao ni cartels, wana operate between Kakuma and Lodwar. And they are our people. Wale wameamua kubenefit na mambo ya NGOs hapa na mambo ya NGOs. Because the whole issue was Turkana West, for example. I think, to me, politics played a lot on issues that happened here. That is why governor, I think himself, accepted, because we knew that kuna vitu mingi imetoka hapa imeenda na Lodwar. Tulijua. And we made attention, all of us, including your member of county assembly here, Nyanga, Epuhu, we wrote many letters about it. All of us wrote letters, and governor, I think, failed to listen to us. So, ilikuwa tu siasa kwamba Turkana West, I think, did not do anything, one or two things on them. So our intention currently, probably I will advise you that we go with someone that atasaidia sisi tafutia kura, maybe huyo ndiye atatusikiza. And then NGOs around here are just politicians. These are not normal people. These are politicians. So they are here to survive and be protected by those big people. So in the county government, they will only speak to the governor. They will only speak to someone at the national level. Not all of us here. No member of parliament. No MCA. Nothing. Yeah. I still have two. Oh, no.
You have two questions, eh? Please proceed.
Okay. On the same of employment, can I tell you why are we lost? I want you people to listen that. I've spoken that so many times. Why are we lost? When the Turkana County government was ushered in 2013, we never had someone from this sub-county at the board, at the county public service board. So what happened? We were given a caretaker from Turkana North. So we were given opportunities that are secondary to them. So that is how, or that is why we never ventured into big positions at Turkana West. This time, we have lost Nyono in Turkana West, a representative of Turkana West at the board. You know, what time? all positions have already been filled. So even this time, he cannot do anything. Because all serious, senior and serious positions, bado kuna wenyewe. Okay? So, hata wakati huyu ameingia, hakuna kitu atafanya, hata saidia sisi. Because wakati wa awamu ya kwanza, board ilikuwa na wenyewe. Na wakaamua kuandika watu wote kulingana na siasa kule juu. So ndio sababu, even as we vote today, again, we must be very objective. Not just to piga kura vile tunataka. We must be objective, tutafute mtu ambaye atatupa nafasi kwa board pale, senior positions, chief officers, minor directors. What is happening there? There is replication of when a director is there for 3 years. But these directors are renewed every time. Our tokangi. Who is doing that? Serikali wenyewe. Okay? So lazima tutafute pia mtu ambaye watakuja kutusaidia na hapo. Alafu the fourth one is Daktari Hosea. I said I think you are not in. I have 2 facilities I need to improve, actually from model facilities. Whatever thing it might take. That is Lokangai and Aposta for to provide basic services in the term ahead of us, given position by some people. That will mean anything that requires for that facility to function as either a referral within those regions or what, we will do it. The last one is water in Nazinyono. Daktari, and the one who asked it online, I said that we've tried Nazinyono numerous times. 8 boreholes sunk by us, county government, and other NGOs. There is only one person, I think, Oxfam, that tried one time, very little water, below 0.1, and even put solars. So, it dried up. So currently, we are working with partners. We've allocated, like from the ward, around 61 million, and we are planning to sink a ball at Ngachinelojeng, so that this water will be piped from there to Nazinyono. We've also had a friend, Jonita. We have a problem currently with Jonita because recently we got a rejection. They had given out a contract, awarded a contract to someone, but that fellow who was awarded the contract, I think, rejected it. Last week, I got the communication, and the communication is here with me, that I think because of this economics issue, crisis, mambo ya pesa na hiyo na kadhalika, wamekataa, hawakuji. So that will mean, again, another re-advertisement, okay? Another re-advertisement which will take another process. So the issue is big, and we are feeling it for the people of Nazinyono. So thank you, Dr. I think that we've answered.
Yes, thank you. Now, our online viewers and the voters of Songot would wish to know, which way are you taking them? Are you taking them the Kenya Kwanza way or the Azimio way? So tell us, who is your president? Who is your governor? Who is your woman rep MP? Who is your MP? Where are you taking them?
We in Songot are voters of UDA. Our candidates are very clear. Only that. Our candidates are very clear. We have the YOLO and the wheelbarrow. So all those are our candidates.
So you are advocating for 6 Ps.
Very sure.
You do not share the ideology of Itoan, Taramakne Toan.
No way.
Very well. What is your parting shot? Your parting shot?
I know we will win. Those of us in Songot, in this room, and outside the viewers of Songot, I know we will win. 9th of August, 2022. come in large numbers, vote for some people. This is your representative. Others are just escorters. Karibu.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Thank you and welcome.
Hello, kindly maintain order, relax, as we wait for the next candidate.
The next candidate we have online is for Letea Ward. Any aspirant around, any candidate around, tupatane kule nje. We are ushering in Letea Ward.
Na kama mtu wako pia anakuja, you inform our desk for formality. If your MCA is coming, inform our desk for formality ndio tumpangie.
Turkana University was established in 2017. It is a constituent college of Masinde Muliro University. Turkana University has 3 schools. We have the School of Business
Point of order, point of order. Usi-cross mbele ya camera, please. Kama unataka kupelekea mheshimiwa maji ama any other thing, please consult us. Kwa uzuri. Asante.
Thank you very much. We are live via Chocha TV Facebook page. We are live via YouTube at Canon Media. This is Turkana. So globally, it's a real debate. Turkana West is represented. Welcome back. Please share, copy the link so that the people outside here can watch us live. We're now starting the second ward. We are done with the Songot ward. We are in Letea ward. We have 5 more wards to proceed. I would wish to notify you that we had invited all the 42 MCAs for this debate. We cannot wait. When you are available, we take on. If you will not be available, you will look for us when you need us. We came to your doorstep, you refused to appear. Now you look for us. This is the only available platform for you to interact with your voters. Do you agree with that, Epu? Please welcome. Who is Epu? Please tell us your full names, your academic qualifications, your party, and yeah.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Epu Joseph Elim. I am the member of County Assembly representing the people of Letea, incumbent, and at the same time, I am an ODM candidate for the same position. I hold a Master in Political Science from Kenyatta University. I also hold a bachelor's degree from the same university, Bachelor of Education, History, CRI, and Special Education. I completed my high school in Thika High School for the Blind in Thika in Kiambu County, currently Kiambu County. I did my primary certificate in Korinyang Primary School, that is in Turkana South. And currently, I'm at 95% completion of my second master's on public administration management at Masinde Muliro University. Thank you.
Very well. Maybe you can tell your voters, where do you live? Where can they trace you, your permanent residence?
I'm privileged to have 2 permanent residency. I was born and brought up in Letea. This is where my nuclear family, my extended family are residing, including all my livestock. Almost 99% of my family lives in Letea, so I can easily be found in Letea. And equally, because throughout my academic life journey, I have grown up in Kakuma equally, so I can easily be found too in Kakuma, especially to Wakayeni village. Thank you.
So you are aspiring to be the MCA in Letea ward where you are the incumbent?
Indeed, indeed.
How well do you know Letea ward in terms of the topography, the geopolitics, the geographical location, registered voters, the population of Letea ward?
Yeah, I think having been brought up in Letea ward, having been born in the same village, grown up during my toddler's life, I know Letea geographical area just as anyone may understand the backbone of his hand. Letia population, if I may start with the 2019 census, the 2009 census, sorry, it was a census that Letia population stood at 43,444 persons. In 2019 census, because of the drought, because of the migration of many of the residents of Letia, because of the nature of their lives, nomadisms, many of them, by the time the census was taking place, majorities were in Uganda. So they were censored and found to be 18,367, around 300 persons, according to the 2019 census. In terms of the area, Letia is around 3,300 areas, kilometers squared. And Letia is divided in terms of administrative unit into 7 sublocations, 3 locations, namely Lokpoto locations, Loreng locations, and Letia locations. In terms of sublocations, we have Lokpoto sublocations, we have Katelemoti sublocation, we have the 2 constituting Lokpoto location. We have Loito sublocation, Loritit sublocation, Tulobalan sublocation constituting Letia location. We have Loreng sublocation, we have Namor Krianok sublocation constituting Loreng location. Further, in terms of devolution unit, Letia ward is divided into 6 administrative units. Namely, we have Letia village unit, we have Loritit village unit, Loitasanyok village unit, we have Musuk village unit, we have Garite village unit, and finally, we have Kalmapus village unit. Thank you.
Thank you.
To add on that, we also have primary schools, and Letia is the only ward with 1 examination primary school center, and that is Letia Primary. But we also have Muzuk Primary, we also have Loreng Trading Center, it's called Nakaje Primary, it's a new one beginning. We have Lokpoto Primary, old but not moved far. We have Loritit Primary, we have Tulabalan Primary, and we are almost beginning Esajanite Primary. And then in terms of ECDs, we have about 10 of them, ECD centers. We have Katelemot ECD Center, we have Lokpoto ECD Center, we have Naktongo ECD Center, we have Msuk ECD Center, Kameyen ECD, Loritit ECD, Letia ECD, Abune ECD, Musuk ECD, and finally we have Tulobalan ECD. But these ones are the ones that have been registered by the Department of Education at the county level. But we have a new one, coming ones like Elemu. We have new ones like Loreng Trading Center, ECD. We have one in Anactokrion, not yet to be built. And then finally, we also have one next to Tulavalanj called the Nachomin ECD. This one have not been gazetted, have not been declared by the county as ECD, official ECD center. Thank you.
Very well. Mheshimiwa, from the assessment, I think you know letter award at the back of your hand as you had indicated. Now, you've been an MCA for 5 years. You have this opportunity to tell our viewers and the people present what you've done in these 5 years in Letea Ward, and what you consider as an indelible mark that you've put to the people of Letea Ward in these 5 years you've been the MCA?
Thank you very much for that question. And before I begin responding to that question, this one I should have said from the word go. I want to say that the initiative taken by the planners of this forum, this debate, is a step ahead in the history of the Turkana County. And it would have been a best platform for the residents, citizens of this county to make the best choice in terms of exercising their democratic right in making choices come 9th August. As the MCA has clearly indicated that have been the MCA for 4, I will not say 5 years, because I took the office on 6th of September 2017, meaning that if I have to talk of 5 years, we have to count up to 6th of September. So today, I want to speak of 4 3/4. I want to talk of 4 years and 10 months in the office. Before I became the MCA of Letea, there are things which motivated my aspiration to want to become a leader in Letea. First thing was the level of insecurity in the world. Number 2 was the level of how the students in Letea were dropping the high rate of school dropout necessitated by lack of schools. That thing was the high level of corruption in the Letea region. In essence, that the residents are not getting what I consider to be their constitutional right. The fourth thing was the lack of water in the world. And then the fifth thing was the issue of health in the Letea area. And the sixth thing is the lack of effective, efficient, accountable, and transformative leadership in the region, which I sought to provide to the people of Letea. So when I took the office of the MCA, I wanted to address the matter of security, even if it was not a mandate of the county government and a mandate of the MCA, because we all know security in the two-tier governance of the Republic of Kenya is not devolved. But I wanted to make a contribution from the local point of view. So from the security point of view, I said that we have to improve the security by installing improving communication, network connectivity across the world. So in my plan, I had planned to have around 7 networks. I wrote a letter, and I personally went up to Safaricom headquarters, and there are people who think, and I want to make that clear today, there are people who think network connectivity is a government function. I want to correct that notion that network connections is a Safaricom functions, is an investment done by private institution, not government institution. So I took a step, and I went to Safaricom headquarters before the late CEO passed on. I talked to him, And I was connected to Custom Care Director. And I met her in the Kenya Institute of Education. This is where he told me what to do and how to do. I was told that the people of the pastoralists may not be able to buy lines, may not be able to purchase, because looking at the destitute, the level of poverty in the region, the Safaricom Director of Customer Care was worried whether the people of Letia will be able to buy lines, Safaricom lines, will be able to open up these other services of Safaricom like M-Pesa. I want to say that I wrote a letter justifying the level of why the network is necessary. I talked of the security. I talked of the trade. I talked of that the people will use those lines to communicate when they will be looking after their animals, when they will be watering the animals, when they will be grazing the animals. So they will use the lines to communicate. So this is where the Safaricom accepted to do the installations of Safaricom networks in Letia. And we were also told to take the coordinates of areas where I think it will be appropriate for Safaricom to do the installations of lines, of networks. I worked together with the former staff of NDMA. I worked together with the chiefs of Lokipoto, where we went together to Nakwatera. We took the coordinate. We went to Morua Moja. We took the coordinate. We took to Namor Krianok, Moruawar. We took the coordinate. Nabrangito, we took the coordinate. Letia, we took the coordinate. Tulobalanj, we took the coordinate. And finally, Tulobalanj, Naktongo, we took the coordinate. So out of 7 networks, which had requested Safaricom to do installations, we've done 5. 1 at Nakwatarak, 2nd at Namor Krianok, 3rd at Loreng Trading Center, 4th at Letia, and 5th at Morua Moja. So that's on security. So, since those networks have been installed, communications has been improved. Government has been able to respond quickly to issues of raid. And through those communications, we were able to recover a total of 967 heads of cattle from Uganda, real cows of the Turkana people. With 1 camel belonging to the people of Urum. So again, through the communication, the government has been able to deter. When we receive an intelligence that raiders are about to come, they're planning to come, we relay that information to the government, and the government communicates to Uganda authority, and we have been able to successfully government to do that. In terms of water installation, I've been able to install water in Naktongo, a highly productive borehole yielding around 14 meter cubic per hour. We have a borehole at Namor Krianok. We have a borehole at Loritit. This one of Loritit is supposed to pipe water into Letia Center and environs. This one of Loritit, it is I call it is a lake of water, because its yield is around 19.5 meter cubic per an hour. The area that we are still struggling with water is Tulabalan. We've tried to take engineers there. we have not been able, we have not succeeded getting water that we want in Tulabaland and Nachomin. But funds are there. We've been allocating funds. Unfortunately, engineers we've been sending, drillers we've been sending, but it has not been forthcoming. In terms of Letia Center, we did electricity connectivity. And people were saying, this is a national function. Others were saying, it is us who did this. I want to clear the air, the doubt today, that I was a substantive chief officer of the county government responsible for energy. So, the energy that is installed in Letia, the plan was done when I was still a chief officer. So when I became the MCA, I implemented a plan which had begun when I was the chief officer. Because I believe Letia is my village. Whether rain comes, whether sunshine, I must have planned for it. So that's where we have energy in Letia. That's where we have energy in Letia. Unfortunately, in the last 1 month or so, we've witnessed a breakdown of that power, which communication has already been relayed to the responsible institution, and they will be doing the necessary justice to that network. In terms of school fees, the problem of school dropout, I want to say that we've tried the best we can to ensure that no child of Letia has dropped out of high school. You can confirm, anyone can visit any high school. I will not tell you which high school. Any high school that has admitted students from Letia Ward. You can talk of Mogla Girls, can talk of Lokchigyo Mix, can talk of Our Ladies, Tarach High School, you can talk of Turkana Girls, Lodwai, and to mention but a few. They will all confirm to you that we have confidence. Any child from Letia, there is no child of Letia in the last 4 years and 10 months that has been sent out of school because of school fees. And if there is anyone, maybe because of other reason, like early pregnancy, maybe school indiscipline cases, but not because of school fees. This one, it's the only ward where even the chairman of the bursary goes ahead to look for admissions. Admission from different institutions to ensure that students from this ward are admitted. And we even gone beyond what the Act provides. For most needy students, we pay 100% of the school fees. Now, even cases where we paid 100% of fees, and we even paid uniform. And unfortunately, those that benefited from that 100% program, majorities of them dropped out of school because of early pregnancy. But not because of lack of fees. You can confirm this statement from Kalobayeye High School. They will confirm, they will give you record, who are they, and whether I'm saying the right statement or the wrong statement. In terms of health, we've tried. My predecessor did what he could, in terms of putting up the Letia dispensary, in terms of doing the Loreng Trading Center dispensary, because it's important. I did not start on a vacuum. Somebody must have started somewhere, and that is worth recognition. He did come in. But what I've done in terms of health is to ensure that qualified staffs have been deployed in those dispensaries. Adequate drugs are put in those dispensaries. But equally, I've done more establishment in terms of Tulavalance dispensary construction. I have done it. In terms of Essenyanite dispensary, although it has not been operationalized by the government, but it is properly installed. Lokpoto is operational. So, Letia, as I speak, we have 7 dispensaries. But the needs of Letia Ward in terms of health, we need, in order to meet the international standard, we need around 15 more dispensaries. And in the current budget, I have allocated 10 million for one more establishment or construction of a dispensary at Namor Krionok. So if that will be constructed, Letia by the end of this year is anticipated to have 8 dispensaries. But our need stands at 15 more. So from 15, we'll have minus 1, so we'll have left with 14. So the need is still there in order to meet the international standard, which talks about a distance from one dispensary to the other one should be 5 kilometers. But in terms of health, we are working hard to make sure that Letia dispensary is expanded to become a health center. Funds has been secured. Then it will be done. This will be done by the World Bank. And anytime, I know it is matter of documentation. I know it's matter of the procurement processes. So anytime it will be advertised, and that dispensary will be upgraded from level 2 to level 3, where inpatient services will be provided. Again, in terms of education, we've done what has failed us in terms of construction of more ECDs. It is the government. We've located funds for the ECD Kamayan construction, and I know one person who is running for an MCA position in Kakuma is a contractor of that dispensary. He was awarded. Unfortunately, I don't know whether the same funds of that ECD is the what he's using to run for the position in Kakuma or not. So I think the people of Kakuma, of Letia, should be ready to ask that contractor. To me, he's a contractor. In Kakuma, he's an aspirant. So he was awarded the contract. He has not fixed that project. And then again, one of the MP aspirant was awarded the contract of LMU ECD, Letia ECD, and then Naktongo ECD. I want to say that aspirant, that candidate, has not fixed those. Responsibility has to start somewhere. If you want to be a member of parliament, and a transparent one, he should have fixed those ECDs first before he runs for member of parliament positions.
Hope you've summarized.
So, I want to say we have 10 ECDs, 6 constructed, 4 has not been constructed. Teachers are there. We employed about 10 teachers, but because of issues of academic performance, qualifications, 5 were dropped, and 5 are still serving the people of Letia. So I think without much ado, in terms of transparency, in the 2016 floods in Letia. Many families were affected. But when support, aid was brought to the ward, the really victims did not get. But what we have done on our best level, that once a victim, once you become a victim, you become a beneficiary of any support. We've shown that the aid we support, we received from UNHCR, from Red Cross, in terms of shelter. By the way, in terms of shelters, we've done 87 shelters in Letia. And out of 87, we have one that is one house roofed using sisal. The other 86 are permanent. Out of 86, the county government has done 30 in Naktongo. The 56, 20 was done by with the support of Red Cross, and the 36 was done by myself and my friends. So the people of Letia, we have 87 shelters, but our target was 100. We have not been able to reach the target we wanted. I think I beg to stop there. I had a lot to say, but let me stop there.
We will come to that, Honorable Epu. I think that is a good roadmap for the last 5 years. But now you're looking for the next 5 years. What is your political philosophy in these 5 years in terms of your key agendas? What are your key 5 agendas that you want to deliver in the next 5 years that you either satisfactorily performed and you want to improve, or the 5 years you are given were not enough for you to achieve what you intended to do?
Thank you very much. Yeah, my leadership philosophy is uongozi bora, maisha bora. When you have a good leadership that is committed to its vision, a leadership that is visionary, a leadership that is capable of inspiring, a leadership that is capable of giving people, leadership that is capable of giving people the heart, leadership that is capable of telling people that yes, you can, we will be able to make a difference. In terms of the 5 years, I want more. I want the issues of security are yet not complete. I worked hard to ensure that Namadi, the government gives us a barracks at Namadi. And I know I struggled. My area MP was saying we don't need a barracks in Letia because we are at peace with Uganda. We are at peace with Kotido. We are at peace with Kabong. But I kept on saying, I told the governor and the county commissioner, every time we are losing livestock in Naktongo, every time we are losing lives in Namadi. So after I convinced the government, we have Namadi. So we have to make sure the 5 years I want that there is mutual collaboration between the KDF and the host people. Because there are things, there is knowledge which our trained military do not have. Like now, distinguishing the Turkana from Adodos. They are unable to do that. But they can only do that if there will be harmonious relationship with the community. I don't want that. I want to see that camp is a blessing to the people of Letia. I want to complete the remaining 2 networks. I want to make sure that the relationship between the Uganda and the Kenya is improved. I know I will do that with the help of the MP. if my member of parliament will get elected, I know we will achieve that. That is insecurity. In terms of education, I didn't mention that, I forgot to mention that Letia is the only ward in Turkana West that do not have a high school. But I'm happy to report that progress has been made. We've been able to secure funds from World Bank, 60 million, to put up a full-fledged high school in Letia. So I want to see that there's transition. Those that we have supported to complete high school, I want to see them transiting to college. I want to see them transiting to university. Because it doesn't help when you support people to graduate from all level, then you leave them hanging. So they cannot secure any employment in any government if they are not trained, if they are not taken to university, if they are not taken to TVETs. So I want to see more of Letia students graduating into TVETs, into university. That is, if I do that, and more so, we have a problem in performance. I want to see a program that I've initiated in the last 1.5 years. Have begun talking to the students, but this program has already yielded fruits. We already have 3 students from Letia Ward in the university. So I want to see more than 10 joining university, because I believe they will be the future leaders, they will be the future MCAs, they will be the future MPs in that ward. In terms of water, I want to see Letia Center getting more water. Yes, in terms of livestock water, I have fixed the problem of water, livestock water at Lokpoto location. But I'm here to do it in Loreng location. That's another corridor, livestock corridor. So I want to fix a water pan at Muruarang, Namukur, Namadi, where the barracks is. I want to make sure that water will be there, both for livestock and human water. So I want to invest in the water. And more so, with the availability of water, we want to improve food security. Because I don't believe in the culture of relief. I believe that one of the reasons why Turkana has remained at destitute since independence is because of food aid. We want, with the coming of the new governor, with the coming of the new MP, we want to invest. I want to see, because issue of agriculture is a devolved function. I want to see Lokfoto becomes a food basket in Letia. I want to see Nakitongo becoming a food basket of Letia. I want to see Namadi becoming a food basket of Letia, to mention but a few. I have already started this. In the current budget, I have located 6 million for Nakitongo irrigation scheme, 5 million for fencing of Lokpoto irrigation scheme. So this is a cause I want to commit myself into. So again, in terms of health, I want to put more resources into health to see into it that distance from the distance 50 kilometers to the next dispensary is reduced to 20 kilometers. Because I know the 14 dispensary I will not be able to achieve in the next 5 years. But I want to make a contribution so that whoever comes into 27 will be able to pick from where I will have left. So, uongozi bora, maisha bora.
Thank you, Honorable Epu. Our viewers, we have Honorable Epu from Letia Ward. Now, we will wish to receive your questions online so that we will be able to ask him. But first, I will start from this end. What measures do you have as an MCA on the issue of prosopis in your ward? That is one. Two, there are a lot of conflict-related issues that are international. What is your voice on that? The third issue is on the stereotype about you. How do you feel when you are ridiculed, yet you provide services to Letea Ward? Please respond to those issues, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you very much, moderator. Indeed, prosopis is a menace not only to Letea Ward, but to the entire Turkana County government. And a measure that will address this, it requires a government decision. This is an issue we've been grappling with. I know Professor Malkiral in the 2013 to 2017, he was campaigning on prosopis that you would want to address the question of prosopis. This is something I would want to give a priority in my leadership in the next 5 years. How I want to be addressed it here, I'm already started by interacting with different research. As I'm doing campaign, I have already read almost 6 research, 4 done in US, 2 done in Baringo, on how to address the issue of prosopis. So, but what is coming out clearly, there are 2 ways of managing. What I have found out in those research, which I have interacted with. Prosopis can either be managed for sustainability, so that it becomes a cash product. Like for example, there's a project that was initiated by Kefri in Lokangai some 7 or 8 years ago, but it did not succeed because of lack of funding. So if you can use the products, prosopis, in terms of turning them into useful product, prosopis is likely to become a cash product for us. But again, it requires a serious government interventions. If you want to remove prosopis, and this is what we would want, I'll use my influence in the next parliament to persuade my colleagues, if they will buy this idea, that the current food that is given, the county government is giving to the people, if that food, either in form of cash or food, if it can be used, because even when this prosopis was being planted, the government used food to plant it. So the same government has the authority and the capacity to use the same resources to uproot prosopis. So again, this is something I intend to pursue in the next government. So the issue of prosopis, I may not have a direct answer per se, but those are the things. But what I want the viewers to understand, it is prosopis issues are close to my heart. It is something that is I am still investigating what to do and how to do. On the issue of international conflict, you see, before I said at my introduction that I hold a master's in political science. And I wrote my thesis particularly on the nature of cross-border conflict between the Turkana of Lokchogyo and the Topotha of South Sudan. So for us to address the cross-border conflict, what you've just termed as international conflict, we must be able to understand the nature of this conflict. What are the drivers of this conflict? To me, in my research and what I have found in these 4 years and 10 months I've been MCA in Letia, if we want to address this conflict, we must be able to know who are these peace actors. Because, in my view, part of the problem of cross-border conflict is within the peace actors. The people who are saying, we want to resolve, we want to help people, we want to recover, we want to do that. I want to say they are part of the problems. And I want to report to this public that as the county government, as the county assembly of Turkana, we've moved ahead by passing a law, a cross-border law. There's already an act of parliament of Turkana. And this act of parliament has established different networks at the county level, at the sub-county level, at the ward level, at the village level. So meaning that the government in place, the DCC, those officers, government officers responsible of ensuring that the security along the border will be able to address this matter through the committees, through the networks that this act has established. And this act has also provided penalties for peace actors, because I cannot be a peace actor when either my father or my brother or my son is a raider. So I have to be a role model. So this act has provided solution to that. So all I want to say, getting back to the office, this act has not been implemented. This act will be implemented by the next governor. So what I will do, I will place resources, I will allocate resources. And more importantly, there is a law that has been passed called Ward Development Fund. So in my corridor, in my ward, there is an emergency fund that act has provided. So this one, the emergency fund, part of the emergency of my ward will be improving. And for us to improve the security, we must support the NPR, the National Police Reserves. We have to support them either by giving them mobility, by ensuring that the camp where sometimes when they are taken to Nantongo, they do not have food. So they have to be supported. And that will be the role of my office, together with the office of the Member of Parliament. If I get a Member of Parliament who will work with me, who would want to work closely, because we've had challenges where the Member of Parliament is working independently, he doesn't consult, he doesn't do what? He looks at you as an opponent throughout the 5 years. So I hope I will get a Member of Parliament who will be able to listen, who will be able to coordinate issues, who will be able to provide leadership. So if we will do that, we will be able to address the issue of cross-border conflict. And then we have to have networks with Uganda, with our neighbors. We have to trade, we have to promote trade. Because it is only by establishing social institutions along the border, like hospitals, like schools, where the GA, the Doth, and the Turkana children have to go into the same school. In fact, in my research, I did a recommendation that the government is wasting money, both governments, Uganda and the Kenya government, by disarming people in terms of arm. If we want to bring peace, let's disarm people by taking children to schools, so that you create what you call intergenerational gap. In the next 5 years, in the next 10 years or 20 years, we will not get young generation who will be actively raiding across the border. So if you raid the community, both the community, the Turkana, the Dodoth, and the Topaz, by taking the children to school, my friend, we will have addressed this cattle raiding culture. It will have died, because it was once active in America, it was once active in Britain, but through disarmament of children, community disarmament by taking children to school, the cattle raiding stopped. So I believe it will stop. Finally, the question of stereotyping, that you provide service, but people still abuse you. They look at you from your disability point of view. I want to say that, first of all, I'm proud to be a blind person. I want to repeat that. I'm proud to be a blind person, because I cannot question God. I cannot blame God that why did you do this to me? It is His plan. It is not my plan. It is not anyone's plan. It is the will. And whichever happened, it happened in the glory of God. And today I want to say, I'm sure, had I not lost my eyes, because I was born full-sighted person. I looked after animals after Uganda, Kotido, Kabong, with cattle. Our cattle were raided. I'm sure, had I not lost my eyes, I would be a warrior. Maybe I would be somebody different. Because there's nothing that I would say God has denied. Despite of lack of sight, I am educated, I am a leader, I have a family. So what is it that I would say I lack? And secondly, my residents, my voters, have never looked down upon me. Whoever is looking down upon me is my opponent, who believes that he still lives in the 19th century, and not in the 19th, in the 14th century, in which, in the Greek culture, once you are disabled, it was a sign of curse that you are unable to do that. He still believes that there are no computers for blind people. Today I operate a computer. Today I operate a phone. There's nothing I have done it. I have done that which anybody else can do. That which Raia is able to do, I can do it. I don't feel offended when I'm being looked down upon. Even Jesus was full-sighted, but still in Nazareth was being ridiculed. So
very well.
I don't take that as something bad.
Very well, Honorable.
Thank you.
I have 2 online questions for you. Before we go to the plenary, I have 2 online questions for you, then we go to the plenary. Ladies and gentlemen, after Letea Ward, we will go all the way to Kalobeye Ward. We are expecting more MCAs. We've not got a signal from Nanam Ward. We've not got a signal from Lopur Ward. We've not got a signal from Lokichogyo Ward. We have got some BC signals from the host ward, Kakuma Ward, But first, we are waiting for the MCAs for the 3 wards I have mentioned. 2 questions, 2 online questions, and 2 questions from my side. 1 question from the online family. They are saying Madenge is sweeping Letea ward. What plans do you have to reduce the sweeping of Letea village, not Letea ward? Letea village is being swept by Madenge and Rivatarach. What plans do you have? Number 2, they are saying your ward has become a den of corruption and incomplete projects which are awarded to the aspiring MPs or MCS. Isn't that an integrity issue while you are in the office? From my side, I am proud that I was with you in Kenyatta University when I did my first degree and second degree. I think we graduated the same time. And now you're getting your second degree from Turkana University, a constituent college of Masinde Muliro. Why politics, not academia? Yet you are a good scholar. Number 4, you talked of someone coming in 2027. Is that an indication that you will be tired in the 10th year or the second term if elected? If so, who are you planning to hand over the battle to? Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, for those good questions. I think the question on Prosop is, I had already responded to that. I wouldn't like
Then respond to the bit of Rivatarach.
Yes, Rivatarach question. This one has been taken care of. We have secured 10 million. Actually, we were lobbying from World Bank. You know, I keep on talking about World Bank. It's about mobilization. As a leader, you have to mobilize friends. So, World Bank, we had written to World Bank that we needed that river to be protected. And engineers estimate had given around 40 million. But what we've been given by the institution is around 10 million. So, again, procurement process is still at the initial stages, and I know politics may have made so many things stop. I know that contract will come out immediately after election, together with the one that I talked of, the high school and upgrading of Letea dispensary to a health center. So it's something that is already on course. So it is taken care of. We will protect that river. We have known what to be done and how to be done. So viewers from Letea, you need not be worried much about that. We have already taken care of. But again, the long-term solution will be the construction of Tarach Dam. That construction of that dam will reduce flooding in Letea, will reduce flooding in the lower Songot areas. So, but we have not been able to secure any funding anywhere. So, but we are still working hard. We are hoping the new governor, new leadership ikikuja, will be able to initiate that. On the second question, you talked of Letea is a den of corruption. I don't know what you mean by den of corruption, because I'm not a procurement officer. Procurement process, I allocate resources in the budget. Procurement processes is done by the department, the responsible department, and unfortunately, procurement nowadays is online. It is IPMIS. It is the system that awards. If you are awards a member of parliament, by then he was not a member of parliament, he was a constructor. So maybe because of one or two things, he should be asked. Because, yes, there is growth period of some of these things. Processes of cancellation has already been started, because you cannot bring another contractor until the due process of procurement is followed. You have to annul. You have to cancel the contract from the other one, and then re-advertise. So all those things is done by the department. But upon resumption in the office, this is some of the things we'll have to do. Because if you've overstayed implementing the project, then it will be cancelled. It will be cancelled, and somebody else will be given there. But there's nothing you would say has been lost. Money is still there, because if no one has done the work, there's no way payment will be done. So money is still secure. The only thing that is lost is time. This project is supposed to have been completed by last year, others the other year. So it's only time that has been consumed. And then the question on, you asked the question on academia. Yeah, you know, I'm a political science, and I keep on saying I want to die as a professor of political science. That's a dream I have. And I hope the Almighty God will allow me achieve that. And I'm faithful He will do that. I will return back to academia as time goes. I wanted first to fix. I wanted to build from the scratch. I wanted to show some young men and young men in my village the way, so that moment they get into the high school, the university, then I tell them, it is your time. Follow what I've done, improve whatever I've not done well, and they will have somewhere to. I'm here to grow. I'm not here to destroy my young people, my ward. The question of 2027, we cannot talk about that now. What is of our priority is 2022 9th.
Very well,
Thank
Mheshimiwa, very well. Now we are going to the plenary. We will have 4 questions from the plenary as we prepare for Kalobeye ward. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. As they come, I would wish Honorable Epu to respond to this issue. You said you are in ODM. Did you say that?
I did.
Very well. Yesterday we had MP's debate. Are you aware?
I learned of it today morning.
Yes. We did not see your MP candidate here. Are you privy to why he missed the debate? Or you think what we are doing does not have an impact? What is your opinion on that?
Well, I mentioned that the planners of this event did the right thing, and this is what should be emulated across the country. If this thing will be done from time to time, I am very sure we are going to get leaders but not propagandas. About the missing of my MP, I'm not sure whether he had information, because I understand in the last 3 days he has been the areas of Nanam, and I know they were with the governor candidate, and yesterday they were to be north. So I've not been able to. I'm not aware whether it's within or it's not within. So, but I'm not sure whether he had a copy of the information. But what you are doing is the right thing. To me, as a scholar, this is why you will distinguish a propagandist and a leader. Thank you.
Very well, Mheshimiwa. You can have this water. And maybe on your side, are you the only one aspiring in Letea Ward, or how many are you?
Well, Letea Ward, we are 5 candidates.
5 candidates.
I know myself. We have Mheshimiwa.
You don't need to mention others.
Thank you.
You are 5.
Yeah, we are 5.
Why are they not here? Yet we had given them the information. Are they intimidated? Or you decided to make sure that they don't appear and you appear so that you...
I think, to me, if they had a copy, they were served with information. Those are cowards. Those are propagandists, and for sure they may not be having any ideas on what to do on Letea. Because if you have idea to tell the people, this is where you will need to tell the people. Yeah. If they are not here, if they cannot be found in the, a computer expert once said that if you cannot be found in the toolbars, make sure that you are in the main bars. If you are not found in the main bars, then it's unfortunate you are outside the computer. So if they cannot be found here, then equally they are not found in Letea.
Very well. Very well, Mheshimiwa. We are taking 4 sets of questions. There is 1, 2. Kevin, are you from Letea Ward? I hope so. You will tell us. I am not seeing ladies. There are no ladies in this house. Please come forward. 1, 2, Kevin. That guy in blue. Are you from Letea Ward? You're not. Are you from Letea Ward? Are you from Letea Ward? Yes or no? Just sit down. Any other person?
No.
Mtu mwingine? So we have 2 questions for Honorable Epio. Please tell us your name, your ward, where you vote, and the question.
Kwa majina naitwa Emuria Francis Xavier Ereng. I'm from Letea Ward, Lortit sublocation, Kameyan village. I've got 3 questions on education, theme education. And I've got 2 questions on insecurity issues in Letea. First question on education. Bwana Mheshimiwa, you said there is no corruption in your camp. In the team that you are leading. I've been a student leader in Turkana West, the vice chairman of Turkana West College and University Student Association. Under your leadership, I once met your chair and asked him some questions on integrity. Nikamuuliza, Bwana Chair, mbona unawapatia wanafunzi ambao si waletea allocation kubwa, na in addition wanafanya master's degree, ilali wakazi waletea ambao wanafanya certificate, the basic papers, certificate, degree and diploma, unawapatia 10,000, 15,000, wakati mtu wa masters anapata 50,000, 60,000. Hiyo nimeweka kando. Ya pili, Kameyan wakati uliingia kwa uongozi, Kameyen haijakuwa na ECD mahali watoto wanaenda kusomea. 4 years yenye umekuwa kwa uongozi na 10 months yenye umekuwa kwa uongozi, mpaka sasa, tangu waanze mpaka sasa, Kameyen haijakuwa na ECD hata ya mabati peke yake. Umefanya, mimi sitaki kusema eti uko na mpango gani, hiyo mpango ungefanya. Umefanya nini kuhakikisha watoto wa Kameyen wamepata elimu? I'm the only person in Kameyen village ambaye ameona corridors of the university. Truth. So, mambo ya insecurities ambayo wao unagusia kama area MCA. Sisi as I speak, I'm a victim of insecurity in Letia Ward. Before hiyo wakati ya insecurity, before wewe ukuje, familia yangu ilikuwa na mbuzi zaidi ya 300 yetu, ambaye mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa na kondoo 10 na nilikuwa na mbuzi 30 yangu, si ya mama yangu, si ya nani, yangu. As we speak, mimi sina hata kondoo na niko tu na mbuzi 2 peke yake. So mimi bado nashangaa promises ya kusema nikichaguliwa tena nitafanya. Alo erikake ningambarenlu, erikake na kertina bene akede. Nyinyi, kuna swali jana nimeuliza the sitting MP Turkana West, ambaye tutamrudisha nyumbani kama August, tutamrudisha nyumbani, kwamba umeweka mikakati gani bwana mheshimiwa kuhakikisha sisi tuko na good relationship with other leadership in Kabong Kotido ambayo wao umetaja saa hii. Umeweka mikakati gani ili wakati wa ukame nyasi along the borders ya Uganda, umeweka mikakati gani? Mambo ya kusema umeweka askari, umeweka nini? Hao askari nyinyi mmeweka huko. We don't need policemen along the borders of Uganda. Sisi tunahitaji good relationship na hao watu. Hatuhitaji bunduki. The same way wewe umesema. Sisi hatuhitaji bunduki. Nyinyi mmeweka mikakati gani? Uganda imefanya vizuri. Waaskari ya Uganda ndio inachunga mali ya huko. Nyinyi mmefanya nini kama serikali ya Turkana ama serikali kuu ya Kenya? Asanteni.
Can I respond to that?
I think we are two. Just take my questions also. Good morning. I am Kevin Ekalekutan, and the interim chair for Turkana West Professionalization, which is nascent, and we want to grow it. I want to first appreciate those who work together with us, Dr. Logron and team, and also Mr. Chris Erukudi, for making this a reality. I also want to thank those who have come here, particularly the person who is on the seat now, the old chair, and Honorable Nyanga, and also Honorable Peter Emuria. This is a good move. I think many have agreed it's a good beginning for all of us. I will be very categorical. I want to appreciate the fact that I'm also privileged to have been in the same university with the gentleman here, who has been a chief officer, and now intending to go for another term in Letia. Dr. Logiron, the name Ekutan connects me to Letia. If my people had not moved because of environmental issues, or probably the insecurity then, or drought, I will be a resident of Lokipoto. But I thank God I'm a resident of Kakuma, and proud to be so. Just on a friendly note, Mheshimiwa, when you say all your students have been paid, including extra, I want to say without fear of contradiction that after this I'm going to give you a name of a student who went to Kalobea and was returned back, and see what you can do on that. But that is just an example of a reality that we cannot finish the need of school fees in our wards. But we can realistically do something to ensure that our people get the education they need. Yesterday, a question was asked about Letia on how to convert the challenge of insecurity to something better. And I think that is what our brother Reng has emphasized. I want you to take it strategically and tell us more. Besides that, it is rumored that that ward has extractives somewhere. It could be extractives, maybe gold or something like that. Let us look at what is available and what we can develop. But I think linking our thinking with the national leader, and in this case, the member of parliament whom you are forging for, or probably the government that is going to come, how are you going to ensure that for the first time, we are going to get a road running through and connecting us with Uganda? Because we say we are Ateker, and it's possible that we can trade with them easily. Currently, and we experienced it when we had the COVID, we got fuel from Uganda through borders. So it means there is a bigger opportunity through your ward. So to me, Kakuma and other towns here depend on that ward. But currently, the ward seems to be in the middle of nowhere. I want also to acknowledge the fact that you have a very strong member of parliament in ODM. But the fact that he was not here yesterday cannot stop you from linking us with his thinking and the vision he has for Turkana West. I would really love to see in your thinking, before you leave the podium, how you have interacted with him and what he is thinking for Turkana West. Because I want to see synergy in the thinking of you, Nyanga, and probably other MCAs supporting the ODM government. I'm not saying that with any bias. Then lastly, we exist with refugees and new laws have come. Letia Ward, people may think of bringing refugees there. What is your take? Even as you respond to that, tell us about Kisde Phase 2 and whether Kisde Phase 1 served the people of Letia. Thank you very much.
I respond.
Thank you, Honorable Epu. You have the privilege of responding to the issues raised by your voters. Welcome, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Legrand.
Point of correction, Epu, this is Dr. Logiron. This is an award.
Okay. I apologize and I withdraw. I know you're my colleague. Yeah, indeed we are friends. We were privileged to be in the same university. We were also privileged to be among the first top senior government officers in the county government of Turkana at the inception. Away from that, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the questions put forward by the two electorates, whether they are directly electorate of Letia or indirectly. The point remains that they are electorate. Allow me begin with the first with the questions raised by Brother Emria. I want to say that in the university, and I thank God you say that you are the vice person of the university student. In the university, there's a common unit taught in many universities. I will not say all university, but I will say many universities, called communication skills. And in that unit, there is something called active listening and passive listening. When you are an active listener, you'll be able to get the answer from the speaker, and then you informs the framing of the questions. In my communication, I talked about education, and I did mention that Kamayan ECD was awarded to a contractor, and one of those contractor currently is it function?
Proceed.
Yeah, and that contractor. Hello. Yeah, I said that Kamiani CD was awarded to a contractor, and I did mention that that contractor is an aspirant in Kakuma Ward. So, and equally I said, funds have not been lost. What is going to happen? Maybe the contract will ask the department to cancel the contract so that it can be re-advertised and so that it can be put up. I'm aware of what is happening in Kameyan because that is where my home is. So I'm alive to that, and it will be addressed in due course. Number two, on the issue of corruption, I think that you said, corruption is defined as a misuse of public resources for personal gains. It's an embezzlement of public coffers privately. But as per your explanation, you are saying, you kept on saying the chair, but you did not even specify which chairman of what. And I guessed from your explanation, I assume you are talking about the chair of the bursary. Indeed, as Kevin Egal has indicated, that we have Letia residents and we have Letia of diaspora. There are people here in Kakuma, they have their residence, they owe their residence in Letia. There are families in Letia. There are also voters in Letia. So it depends with the individual need. You might be doing a certificate and somebody else doing masters somewhere, and maybe that person doing masters might be more needy than doing certificate. Again, I invite you to read Skill Development Act, an act of Turkana County Government, County Assembly of Turkana. You will tell you from that act, it will tell you what is required, how much money should be allocated to a district students, county schools, what's formerly was called national schools, colleges, universities. So it's important that you interact with that act, so that when you're putting your point, you put it from an informed point of view. I want to come to this issue of security. Again, equally, I mentioned that the functions of security, when you say you don't need military around the border, I want you today, when you go back home, I want you to read chapter 14 of the Constitution and get to understand security. Security is defined as a protection, either in terms of emanating from within the country or from external the country. So the security can either be internally or external. So, and I want to say, issues of securities cannot be discussed publicly. I cannot tell you what the government, I know the plans that the government has put along that border. But I cannot say in this podium that A, B, C, D, the government is planning to do. That will be jeopardizing the security of the Republic of Kenya. So that is a protected area. I want you, and that equally goes to what the security issue mentioned by my friend Kevin Ehal about the security, the same. I know there are many things, but just to mention on the security aspect of Kevin Ehal's question, I want to tell you that in 2020, President Uhuru Kenyatta Mugai, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and Yoweri Museveni Kaguta, the President of the Republic of Uganda, signed an MOU in Moroto. And in that MOU, road network is provided. And there are 3 roads which the government is planning to fix. Lokriama Road, coming to Lodra, should be tarmacked as per that MOU. And then Kakuma Kotido Road should be tarmacked as per that MOU. And then Nawunto's Kabong Road, according to that MOU, should be tarmacked. So again, this is something interested, and I know the first one that has been will be gazetted. If it was gazetted, but I think implementation has taken time. It's the one of Loda to Lokriama Road. So I know, but I know it will be fixed. And the coming of military around the border, one of the things that the county government of Turkana has signed with them, foreign affairs and security, is to open up roads. So roads along the escarpment, down the escarpment, I'm sure will be opened up. It's a priority, and there's a huge budget to that effect. And then on the issue of, you mentioned that there's a student who was not reported. No, I said, I did not say that there are no students who have not been chased. The last allocation we did after second term. And you know, last allocation was done last year, December. And every academic year, the new academic year of this year began on April this year. So there could be those challenges here and there. But I want to tell you that once the election will be over, there are adequate resources for bursary, which has already been planned for that. So we want to develop skills, we want to develop competent skills so that we have more leaders, we have more very competent leaders coming to lead this community of ours. I don't know whether there is any other question which escaped my brain. If there is, you can remind me.
Very well, Mheshimiwa. I don't think if there is any issue that has not been responded. The issue on what? Kiss.
You know, this is the issue of Kalabayay. It's a project. All of us, we have to agree that the way it was started, the way it is being implemented, is a challenge. So, even two, I think I want to say even the first one, still struggling with. So, there are those challenges. I will not say what is it, what animal is it, but I know it is there. But it is something that is done. I know things will change.
Very well, very well. When we will wait to Kalabayay ward.
I think we'll cross that bridge when we'll reach there.
Very well. Much obliged. Mheshimiwa Epu, from your assessment, Do you think you deserve the next 5 years?
I think I'm a teacher by profession. You cannot set exam and mark for yourself.
In research,
So
in research,
in this case, it will go, it is obvious. When you set an exam and a student sits for that exam, out of the exam room, he will tell you will get 100%. So even when you will get 70%. So for me, I know I deserve to get a clean A. So I need to, I have done my homework. I attended the class. I do the homework, everything that the teacher did. So I have sat for, so let the examiner mark the scripts. And I now will get
Thank
A.
you, Mheshimiwa. I wanted a self-conviction. You are a student of research. When you are in KU, you did something called UCU 103, Creative and Critical Thinking. You are a student of Professor Namwamba. Since you are also a student of research, I wanted you to be objective and at the same time subjective. You need to do your self-assessment and tell us, from your own conviction, do you deserve your own conviction before we assess you as voters from Letea Ward?
Yeah.
Your own conviction.
So my own personal conviction, having been a student of Namwamba, Professor Edward, you see, I deserve to be the next MCA of Letea Ward.
Very well. If you deserve to be the MCA of Letea Ward, where are you taking the people of Letea Ward? Are you taking them the Azimio way, the Kenya Kwanza way, the Lolemton way, the Jakoya way? Tell us.
So, you see, the people of Letea, what is driving the people of Letea is their own priorities. The people of Letea wants to go to Canaan. We will make sure the road we are taking is, as we are headed to Canaan, we are aware and we are knowledgeable that river Jordan is there and full of crocodiles. So we will go the bridge way, where the safety of our people will be guaranteed. Otherwise, if you cross a river that is not as full of crocodiles and you want to take them to Canaan, so we want to make sure that all Kenyans will go to Canaan safely. So we want to go this Azimio way, because it is Azimio that has plans. It is Azimio that is building bridges, where the rivers that has crocodiles, rivers that our own river Nile is full of crocodiles. So we want to make sure that our people will be safe. We want to make sure that all Kenyans are one Kenya. A Turkana in Nairobi should feel that it's a Kenyan. A Kikuyu in Kakuma should feel that it's a Kenyan. And they have a right. They have a constitutional and a biblical right to belong in this republic called Kenya.
Take this opportunity to tell these people who you want them to vote for your governor, your woman rep, your senator, and what are your justifications?
Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to ask the residents of this constituency called Turkana West. The only person that will take us to Canaan is Governor Jeremiah Lomorkai. The reason being, if you look at the three teams, the only person that will do his things differently from Nanok ways is Jeremiah. In terms of security, he has tried in his own constituency as the member of parliament. So we can benchmark. As we are a whole battalion of RDU that's been deployed in Urum. So, those are part of the nitty-gritties. And I was telling Emria, security-wise, we don't give those. He has an idea. He has agenda for the Turkana people. So if you elect, they will borrow the UDA team. It is not that you are going to be, is continue to rule there. You will rule from behind. So the question of incomplete project might continue. So I want us to elect a man who is capable to take us forward. Turkana was to elect Senator Joseph Egalale Imon. He's very eloquent. He has experience. He has worked with the different institutions, UN, government. So he will be able to address issues of cross-border in this, the menace of Turkana South, Turkana West, that is Lokchogyo and South Sudan, the Kabong and the Kotido question. You will be well placed to do that, having the knowledge, having been brought up here. I want us to elect a young lady called Audan Lea, young professional. Having grown, Audan is my own student, the work of my own hands. So if you believe, that's my own product. What I am is what she is. So I want you to test her. She'll be able to, I believe she'll be a very vibrant and active legislator in the National Assembly, comparing with what the rest is. I want us to elect Honorable Patrick Losike. And I thought I would be mine. That question escaped my mind. I thank God that I have this opportunity to respond to that. Patrick Losike has an idea of what the problem of Turkana West is in terms of security. And the approach I have seen him, I have heard of him talking about, is a pragmatic approach. It's an overarching approach, a synchronatic approach, an approach that there will be no single person in Turkana West, herders, who lose their livestock. Because he wanted to reach out to the leadership of Uganda. He wants to reach out to the Kabong leadership. And I want to say this for fear. And this is what has been lacking in our borders. Many a time when you go to Moroto peace meeting, it's unfortunate that the political class in Kabong, they keep on mistaking some of us with our member of parliament. Are you the MP? We say no. Everybody's saying we are missing. Why is he missing in action? So I know Patrick Losike will be able to provide that leadership. And that has been the gap in Turkana West. So the question of NPR, he will be able to address. The question of the border issue will be able to address with our support, with Nyanga support, with Angeli's support, with Reverend Longori support, with the support of admin Lokoriara, and the support of Emria in Kapiva to the latter. So I beg, with all due respect, let us test him. It is good to test. It is good to discover. Let us discover Losike. Losike you knew before, it may not be Losike of 2022. This is a reformed Losike. This is a focused Losike. This is a pragmatic Losike. This is action-oriented Osike. It is not, it is one person. It is a character. Losike is the main problem of Turkana West that we are facing. We never had this problem during the regime of John Muñez. The problem that Turkana West is facing is what we are witnessing is a wide gap we are seeing between Kakuma, between Tarach and Lokchogyo. We want a member of parliament that is going to solidify. You want to bring Lokchogyo region and Kakuma region to feel as people of Turkana West, not the Lokchogyo region, not the Tarach region. We want the people. We have seen this. So we do not want to see, and I want to tell you that Losikio will not lay off anybody, because the fear is, people are saying, if you elect Losikio, will lay off people of RAS. No. The employees of RAS are the Turkana West employees. They are not Lokchogyo employees. They are people of Turkana West. So we are not coming into power in order to do what? In order to lay anybody out of office. Whoever is working in Turkana West is in RAS is a resident of Turkana West. So we don't know that. You see, if you look at the securities, police post, you know, these other sub-counties, we have even, you know, Nasigere, as secure as it is police post. You saw it, gazettemen. So when the gazettemen came, Turkana West had not even a single one. So it forced us to ask the DCC, what is happening? But I know the member of parliament was there. So you look at even the 12 directors that were employed in the National Assembly. How many are from Turkana West? South, you will get it. You go to North, you will get it. Go to Loima, you will get it. Go to Central, to East. So we have a huge gap. My fellow teacher, Epio. But I want to say, he has had enough for him. 10 years enough to make impact. And I want to say, and I want to be tested. I want Losike to be tested. I want to support him. Turkana West is doing poorly in terms of in buses. The buses are giving us deep pluses, are giving us deep minuses. I want to say that if Losike will get elected, I will tell Losike we will not invest in buses. Invest in laboratories, we will invest in libraries, we will invest in books. It is the library that will produce A minus, not a bus. A bus is a liability in a school. We want to make sure that we will create a gap between the community and school. That is the leadership we want to provide.
Thank
and
you.
I believe Turkana West will provide us with this leadership who will be tested in T27. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Epu. Thank you very much. Now on cue, next on the hot seat will be Kalobeye Ward. We will keep you posted. Have a seat as we list our honorables. I have not received any signal so far. Any signal from Nanam Ward, any signal from Lopur Ward, any signal from Lokichogu. So far, we are done with Songot Ward, Letea Ward. In the evening from 7 p.m. We will do Kakuma Ward from 7 p.m. Please don't go out. Listen to our candidates. Finally, Epu. Tell us your president. 1 minute. Your president. Secondly, give us your parting shot. While you're giving your parting shot, tell us watu wakienda kwa ballot wataona jina gani na watatik wapi. Karibu. 1 minute for you.
Yeah, I want to tell the resident of Letea that when you go to the ballot, to the police station, you'll get Epu Joseph Elim being number 1. And I think the number has already been determined by God. I want to say that Letea elect transformative leadership, elect pragmatic leadership. vote is your power. It is your dispensary. It is your road network. It is your security. Elect a leadership that is sensitive to your plight, that understands your interest together, not a leadership that is perpetuating division and skirmish.
Who is your president?
Oh, my president, which I want the people of Latia and the entire listeners, is Raila Amolo Odinga. This is a man who has recognized me. He's one man in the history of Kenya who picks my calls. He's one man who is ready to work with me to address the plight of the people of Latia. So he's my president.
Thank you, Honorable Epu. We can shake hands, man. We are not rivals.
We keep on maintaining order. Debate progressing. Kuna debate inakuja after hii, so isikunywa maji, waenda kunywa maji, but we meant. So far so good. I hope we are gaining from the debate. The conversations are of importance.
We will have Kalobeye word.
Kalobeye word in waiting.
You can have a break of 5 minutes. Aspirants.
A break of 5 minutes. Thank you.
It is a
and you're looking for a place exquisite, mahali safi, inakarika yuko home. Welcome to Open Apartments. It's an Airbnb located in Nawaitoro. Man, I'm telling you, the ambience, legit. Everything legit. If you're a fan of Netflix, for instance, you have a person and you don't want to get bored, there's Netflix. Wi-Fi, ample parking. There is kitchen, by the way. Si lazima uende kwa hoteli ukule. There is kitchen, maze. And then their bed. I am telling you, you need to visit Open Apartments. Anytime, any day. If you're in London or you're traveling to London. Official sponsors of Chocha TV. I'll see you here. For those who have never been to Turkana, welcome to London. For those who have never been, love bread. And the bread that I'm talking about, ni gani? Ni Sunbream. Sunbream premium bread. Na leo, me and my crew, we've decided to take a surprise, an impromptu visit to the shops and to the households. Alafu baadaye tuende kwa ofisi ya Sunbream, tusikie hawa sewa Sunbream wanasemaje. Umeget? But in the meantime, I'm in my house. I have my 800 grams. So nataka kujua if those guys at the shop are selling to you this, na kama nyinyi mnaenda kutembelea shop. See in a bit. Boom. Mambo.
Poa.
Niaje? Poa. Nani?
Ruby
Baraka shop.
Yeah.
Mimi ni mtu wa Sunbream. Okay. Naitwa Dail. Uko poa?
Uko poa.
Safi. Sasa Ruby.
Yeah.
Mimi nimekuja hapa story ya mkate.
Yes.
And mbona unauza Sunbream?
Nauza Sunbream kwa sababu ni mzuri sana. Hata unapokula huwezi tamani kupaka blue band. Haya,
sasa na wale watu wenye wanakuja kununua Sunbream hapa wanasemaje kuhusu Sunbream?
Wanasema Sunbream ni mkate soft sana, ni mkate safi sana.
Iko poa.
Iko poa kabisa.
Na wewe as a person venye watu wanakuambia ni mkate fiti na venye wewe unaiona, wewe unawezaje advice mtu mwenye hajai kula Sunbream, utamwambia nini?
Na advice ya kuwa ajaribu kula Sunbream, atapenda sana kuliko hizo zingine.
Zile zingine? Yeah. Na nauliza, kuna hii mkate ya 800 grams ile kubwa.
Yeah.
Unauza?
Yeah.
Watu wananunua?
Yes.
Ni hebu nipe. Lovely, lovely. Safi. Ume huko feti asante sana. Sisi tunajaribu kujua ni nini inaendelea.
Okay.
Ndio tujue wakuu wetu watuambie kama tunafanya kazi mzuri ama tufanye kazi mzuri. Majina?
James Emase Kai.
James Emase Kai.
Yeah.
Wewe ni
supplier wa Sunbream.
Supplier.
Kampuni kubwa.
Kampuni kubwa.
Yes.
Mna supply mkate.
Tuna supply mkate.
Watu wanasemaje kuhusu Sunbream?
Watu wanasema kampuni ni kubwa na imekuja juzi, imeoffer tax nyingine yenye call Kakuma, Sanlokcheri watu nafika.
Okay.
Sana sana hapa Lodwar hii kampuni imeongoza kwa sababu customer akihitaji mkate wakati wote huwa anapata kwa wakati saa hiyo.
Yaani mtu akihitaji on time analetewa.
Analetewa immediately.
Yes.
Alafu ma customers nayo pia huwa wanakula mikate ile fresh.
Okay.
Si atukubali mikate yetu ilale siku 2 ama 3.
Okay.
Ndio kwa sababu watu wanapenda.
Okay.
Kwa mimi kulingana na product zetu ni so niko na sifa nzuri.
Kabisa.
Kabisa.
So unasema watu Turkana wanapenda Sunbream.
Kila mahali ukitembea ni Sunbream. Wanasema kama si tamu si Sunbream.
Si Sunbream. Asante sana.
Sasa inanipea morali pia nifanye kazi kwa hiyo kampuni.
Asante sana. Nashukuru. Na hayo tu. Tunajaribu kuangalia venye mnafanya kazi.
Tutaendelea kufanya.
Asante. Okay. Sasa tumepata shopkeeper, tumepata driver. Now we want to invade space yao ma directors na ma CEO wa Sunbream. Tujue wanasemaje kuhusu mkate.
Karibu Dai.
Asante sana.
Ya Sunbream.
Asante sana.
Karibu Sunbream.
For those who don't know, boss wangu ndio huyu. Waambie kwanza majina ndio wakujue.
My name is Emma.
Emma ndio mwenye analipa mshahara kila mwezi. Now, Emma, sisi tumekuja hapa, we want people to know more about Sunbream.
Now, our Sunbream,
also
known as Sun City Confectionery Limited, we are started a while ago when Corona period was around. So when we started, we started with few products. We struggled a little bit, but later on we picked up because our company produces quality products. We've always strived to produce quality products for our company. So that we can satisfy our customers. And every other person who tests or make sure that they get satisfied with the services we offer, with the quality of our products. We actually produce several products. We produce the 400 bread, 400 grams bread. We also produce the giant.
The giant one, the 800 grams.
This is the latest one, the latest product we launched after the 400 grams.
Okay.
Then we also have a 200,
which is Kamini.
Yeah. We are also preparing to launch our Sunbream Lala product. So this will be launched within, let's say, few months to come. Few months to come.
Wow.
This will be available in shops.
Now, mine is simple. How are your clients? My customers wenu wanasemaje kuhusu Sunbream? Feedback yenye unapata kwa customer.
Customers wetu, we've always got feedback from our customers because we usually value whatever comes from outside. The customers, they usually we usually send our suppliers and our salespeople while they go outside. When they go outside to deliver these products, and when they are offering the services, we make sure that they also get feedback from
the services,
how are our products, so that it helps us to improve our products. It also improves us to it helps us to improve the quality of our products to the satisfaction of every client out there.
Now, in case if I want to order for Sunbream, how do I do it?
Usually we've given out the numbers. The numbers are always there at the packaging papers have always been the numbers have been given at the back.
Okay.
I have company's number.
Is there?
We have 2 numbers. Either whenever you call either of the numbers, we'll always direct our salespeople or our suppliers to your doorstep.
Asante sana. So in case kama ni bulkness, mnaweza produce any amount you
at the moment.
At the order, in confirm if I want to have a bigger order. Should I call for bigger order or a small order?
No, at the moment we can produce, we have the capacity to produce a big order.
Wow.
Yeah, at the big, yes, we have, we can produce as much as the client wants.
Okay.
Depending with the orders,
okay,
as they come in.
That's why wanasema kama si tamu.
Kama si tamu, si sunbream.
Hello. Hello beautiful people, ladies and gentlemen. Si tunataka kujua kama wasee Lodo wanakula mkate. If people love bread. And the
Turkana University was established in 2017 to College of Masinde Muliro University. Turkana University has 3 schools. We have the School of Business and Economics, we have the School of Education and Social Sciences, and we have the School of Science. Turkana University admits both national and international students. We have the students under the COOPS program, and we have the self-sponsored program. Within our self-sponsored program, we have the students from South Sudan, who are the refugees and sponsored by Windle Trust. And the other students are from within Turkana County. A good number of them work with Turkana County government, their clients. A good number of the students we've got is from Southern Sudan. But from our marketing, we've marketed across, and we are expecting students from Ethiopia, Sudan, and Uganda. You should join Turkana University. Turkana University offers the programs that you need. We are market-oriented. We offer what is required in the market. Agriculture, science and technology, mathematics. We carry out CBC programs. We offer.
Karibuni nyote. Huu ni mjadala wa wawaniaji ya wodi wa Turkana West. Tushamalizana na mjadala wa Letea Ward. Hivi sasa tuko Kalobeye Ward. Karibuni wote. Kwa majina, naitwa Dr. Tiokolo Giron. Mimi ndio moderator wa leo. Mgeni wetu wa saizi, karibu. Majina yako kamili, kiwango chako cha elimu, umesimama na pati gani, na mahali umeifanya kazi, na unawania kiti gani?
Asante sana Daktari Giron. Kwa majina naitwa Joseph Nyanga, ni MCA wa Kalobeye Ward kwa awamu ya pili, na sasa na simama awamu ya 3. Mimi nimesomea shule ya primary Lodo Primary School, nikakuja nikamaliza Kakuma Secondary School, na nikaendelea na masomo yangu, nikafanya diploma, nikajiunga na Mount Kenya ambapo nilimaliza degree yangu ya procurement. Na sasa ninasomea Masters in Public Administration and Management ambayo nimebakisha unit moja, alafu kisha niweze kuendelea na project. Nimefanya kazi na LWF kama logistician. Nimefanya kazi na LWF kama peace actor. Nimefanya na UNHCR kama security liaison officer under AMA group na G4S. Alafu kisha baadaye 2013 nikajiunga na siasa.
Naam. Kwa hivyo MCA Kalobeyei Ward kwa sasa miaka 9 na nusu. Na term nyingine ya 3.
Naam.
Kabla haujapewa awamu ya 3, pengine unaweza elezea wapiga kura wako na watazamaji kuwa ni yapi ndio umefanya kwa hii miaka 10 kama MCA ambaye ulipata haiko, umeanza kutoka square one kwa hii miaka 10. Ni nini utaambia watu wa Kalobeyei kuwa umefanya?
Asante daktari na wasikilizaji wote ambao wamekuja siku. Ningependa kuchukua fursa hii kuwashukuru nyote kuja ili muweze kusikiza kutoka kwangu, na pia wapiga kura wa Kalobeyei popote walipo wanaonifuatilia. Nataka kusema kwamba mnamo mwaka niliweza kupata Kalobeyei haikuwa na chochote. Aliyenitangulia hakuna kazi ama alifanya kazi, na kwa sababu wakati huo serikali ilikuwa ni ya kawaida ya kuweza kupata rasilimali ya kuwezesha wao kufanya maendeleo, na sitamlaumu aliyenitangulia, lakini nataka kusema kwamba ni kwa sababu ya rasilimali ambayo ilikuwa chache kwa Turkana county wakati huo ambayo ilikuwa ni districts. Na nataka kusema kwamba nilipochukua term kuna mambo mengi ambayo nimefanya. Niliingia, hatukuwa na primary schools, tulikuwa na primary school moja tu Kalobeyei na Oropoi. Sasa tuko na primary school na Wountos, tuko na primary school Lonyuduk, tuko na primary school Esikriai, tuko na primary school Natira, tuko na primary. Tunasema kwamba outreach kutoka Catholic ambayo ilikuwa inakuja Kalobeyei na Oropoi, alafu AC outreach ilikuwa inakuja Natira. Na hapo singumuza na wasikilizaji wapendwa, Kalobeyei sasa tumeweza kupata dispensary ambayo imekuwa upgraded to health center, ambapo kwa sasa hivi nafikiri baada ya wiki 2 hata wodi ya watoto, wodi ya wamama, nyumba ya madaktari. Hii ni chini ya uangalizi yangu. Na Lapatui tumeweka hospitali, tumeweka Lonyuduk, tumeweka Lokwamo, tumeweka na Wountos, Natira, Lomunya na Kirono, zaidi ya hospitali ama zahanati 11. Kati ya 11 zahanati 2 ambayo Lokwamo na Wountos ambayo wajapata madaktari kwa sababu upunguzi ya madaktari. Saizi hivi tuna madawa ya kutosha. Kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanaendelea kufanyika kwa hospitali. Watu wa Kalobeyei walikuwa wanakuja Kakuma kupata matibabu, lakini sasa hivi watu wameweza kupata matibabu sio zaidi ya kilomita 50 iliyokuwa. Tumeweza kupunguza saizi kilomita 15, ingine kilomita 10, na ndio maana mimi nikaona ni vyema ni atamu ya 3 ili nihakikishe nimeweza kuzingatia kanuni ambayo imewekwa kwa World Health Organization. Nimetengeneza barabara kutoka Natira, Abat, kutoka Natira na Kechurutak Nimetengeza barabara kutoka Kalobeyei mpaka Lonyudu, Kalobeyei na Lapatui, na kutoka Kalobeyei, Oropoi na Wontos inaendelea vizuri. Pia nilipoingia ilikuwa network upande na reading ilikuwa ni moja. Security nimeweza kuweka network na Lapatui, ambapo mimi mwenyewe niliweza kuenda Nairobi nikazungumza na wahusika na wakaweza kunipa fursa ya kuweza kuzungumza na wao, na nashukuru kwa sababu waliweza kunipatia nafasi ya kuweza kupeleka malilio ya watu wangu, wakasikiza na wakaamua kutoa pesa kusijenga network. Na network ambayo imejengwa dam, imejengwa na Lapatui na imejengwa hapa Lokora ambayo ni Kalobeyei, na sasa hivi wanajenga network Oropoi ambayo sasa paka na Wontos, ambapo natumai mambo ya insecurity haitakuwepo tena. Ninapozungumzia mambo ya education, secondary school, serikali iliyokuwa iliweza kujenga sehemu mfano ya nyumba kama afisi. Ukifika hapo na kile kipusi utapata kuna mfano ya ofisi ambayo ilijengwa na haikumalizika. Lakini wakati ambapo niliingia, mimi jambo ambalo niliweza kufanya ya kwanza ni kuhakikisha Kalobeyei imepata secondary school. Serikali ya Jubilee tulihakikisha kwamba ni lazima tuweze kufurahisha wakaaji wa Kalobeyei ili waweze kupata secondary school. Na pamoja nimeweka maji secondary school, nimeweza connect stima, nimeweza kuweka maji, nimejenga madarasa mengi kupitia corporate social responsibility. Library nimeweka pale, nimeweka hafisi kupitia Dr. Deep, na kuna mambo mengi. Ukienda sasa secondary school utapata secondary school ya Kalobeyei ina infrastructure ya kutosha. Ni mahali tu ambayo kuna upungufu ni ya mjumbe wetu, maana yeye amekuwa ni district education officer, angeweza kuweka angetilia mkazo mambo ya masomo ile performance. Mwenzangu amezungumzia hapa kununua basi kufurahisha wanafunzi, na ili hali wanafunzi hawa ambao tumepeleka shule hawafanyi vizuri. Wengi wao wanapata D-, wengine wao wanapata E, na hawa wanafunzi hakuna mahali popote wataenda, bali watakuja kunywa bangi, watafanya mambo mengine ambaye italeta dhihaki katika community yetu. Katika mambo ya masomo, watoto wengi wa Kalobeyei hawafanyi vizuri. Nimeweza kuchukua nafasi ya kupeleka watoto kusomea nje ya Turkana County. Kuna watoto nimepeleka St. Luke's, nimepeleka St. Joseph, nimepeleka Koseta, nimepeleka St. Joseph Girls, nimepeleka wengine nimepeleka Kakamega, nimepeleka Bungoma, nimepeleka Eldoret, na watoto wamefanya vizuri na wengi wao. Saizi ukienda wimbo wa Kalobeyei saizi, mtoto anayemaliza class 8 nafasi 3 St. Luke's Kimilili, ambapo last year watoto 348 walienda university. Kwa hivyo mimi nikaweza kuona ni vizuri niweze kujenga community kupitia hali ya kuwezesha watoto kwenda kusomea nje ya Turkana County ili waweze kufanya vizuri. Na watoto hawa mimi mwenyewe ninalipia nyumba, ninawanunulia vyakula ili waweze baada ya kufunga shule waweze kuja hapa wakaa huko ili wamepata C+. Kuna watoto wamepata C, na ninaona kwamba wanaweza kupata courses nzuri ambayo itaweza kuwasaidia. Pili, mambo ya agriculture. Katika mambo ya mimi nimeweza kuangalia na kuona kwamba nimeweza kuweka milioni 10 na tumeweka spade irrigation na Wontos. Tayari tumeweka fence, wamama tumeweka hiyo cabions, na tayari wakaaji wana Wontos wanafurahia. Na yule ambaye ana macho ambiu tazama, na utakapopata nafasi hiyo utafika huko na uweze kuangalia ile kazi ambayo nimeweza kuyafanya Kalobeyei, na ambapo sasa tayari nimezungumza na mhusika Lodwa, na baada ya hapa Baada ya uchaguzi tarehe 9 kuna funds imetengwa ambapo tutaweza kuweka slaughter house Kalobey refugee camp, ambapo sasa wakaaji wa Kalobey na wakimbizi watafaidika na at least biashara ya kwetu itaweza kuendelea. Niliweza kuzungumza na watu wa Equity Nairobi, nilizungumza na Equity Lodwar na mimi ninafurahia. Nikasema kwamba kwa sababu karibu zaidi ya bilioni 1 ya wanabiashara inafanyika Kalobey resettlement na tunapaswa kuwa na bank, na nilipokuwa Nairobi IK wa Lodwar MCA alinipeleka mpaka kwa mhusika wa Equity na aliweza kusikia kilio changu na akaamua kusema kwamba atatujengea branch ya Equity, na kwa sasa hivi tuna branch ya Equity na tuko Benyo Village 1, ambapo sasa sisi hatuna shida na jukumu yangu ambayo niweza kufanya na kuhakikisha kwamba mambo yataenda vizuri. Mambo ya maji, nilifika Kalobey wakati boreholes ilikuwa 7, lakini sasa boreholes ni 36, na nashukuru sehemu zote ya Kalobey chache ambaye imesalia kupata maji. Ndiposa mimi ninanyenyekea kwa watu wa Kalobey kunipa fursa hii nyingine ili kuhakikisha kwamba maji wanapata. Na katika mambo ya nilikuwa nazungumzia mambo ya pastoral community, tayari tuko na boreholes, water pans 8, na tumepata msaada kutoka World Bank through Danida, na tuko na Kanamesek ambaye tumeweza tulitenga, maana nilipata milioni 104. Mbeleni nilikuwa nimepata milioni 74, na hii milioni 74 refugee walipata milioni 40 na mimi nikapata milioni 34, na nikaweza kupiga kelele kwa bunge, kwa UN, nikaenda kwa governor na His Excellency, nikasema mimi nimehost refugees na ile pesa ambazo nimepata ni chache, na nikaweza kuandika proposals ya kuweza kwamba kuna baadhi ya sehemu zangu ambaye haina maji hasa kwa upande wa wafugaji, wakaniongezea shilingi milioni 40. Kanamesek iko na water pan kubwa, tuko na kubwa. Wakati juzi wakati kiangazi water pan hizo zote iliweza kusaidia wanyama wetu. Uhusiano bora kati ya mimi na washikadau mashirika ambayo yako hapa, wamejenga water pans 4 Angura Adedam, ambapo ukienda iko njiani ukiangalia upande wa left ukielekea Kalobey ni water dam kubwa ambayo imesaidia. Tumeweza kununua pump borehole ya Nakilekipus ambao wakaaji wa hapo zaidi ya mwaka 1.5 walienda bila maji, lakini kwa chini ya uongozi wangu niliweza kuhakikisha kwamba nimeshirikiana na World Bank pamoja na Danida, wakaweza kutoa pesa kupitia World Vision ambao ni contractors, wameweka maji pale, na hiyo piping kutoka Nakilekipus hadi Kangura. Na ukifika Kangura utapata kuna elevated tank, kuna maji ambayo iko hapo, na sasa vile tunapozungumzia wanafuruta maji tena from hiyo borehole 5 km mpaka Esikriate. Na ndoto ya kisha kwamba vijiji vyote hivyo ambaye iko adjacent Kalobey settlement itapata maji kwa sababu ya uhusiano yangu bora wa NGO, kwa sababu ya jinsi tulivyo tuliweza kuwapatia mchanga, na kuna mikakati tuliweza kuweka chini, tulikubaliana. Kuna MOU ambao wao wanafuatilia moja kwa moja, na natumai tumeweza kufaidika, na nasema kwamba mambo haya yanaweza kuyashughulikia. Mambo ya basari, moderator, Kalobey unapa sasa hivi kuna watoto 8 wamemaliza masters, kuna watoto 80 ambao sasa wanasomea mambo ya degree, diploma na certificates ni watoto 100. Na tangia wakati ambapo nilichukua hatamu uongozi nimeweza kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna upaguzi katika hali ya ugawaji ya pesa. Watu either ulikuwa kwa chama ya UDA, wakati huo ulikuwa sio UDA, ilikuwa ni Jubilee, ilikuwa ni URP na TNA. Nilikuwa naambia wasasi mtoto hataweza kunyimwa pesa kwa sababu msasi wake hakunipigia mikura. Pesa hizi ni rasilimali ya serikali, imekuja mimi tu kuisimamia, bali atakaye faidika ni huyo mtoto ambaye hana hatia yote. Na kwa sababu ukikuja Kalobeyei, tumeweza kuweka sambuli ya watu wa tabaka mbalimbali. Gender tumeweka wamama, tumeweka vijana, people living with disability. We have ensure haina tatizo lolote. Lakini mahali ambapo tunaangazia sasa, because kwa sababu hatuko Benyo, hiyo refugee camp kuna hiyo pulling factor ambayo imeleta watu kutoka mbalimbali, wa Kikuyu, Wajaluo, Waturkana kutoka sehemu mbalimbali wa hapo na wamekata kura. Tutakuwa pia na Cosmopolitan ambapo tutapatia watafaidika, maana ni wapiga kura, ni wakaaji hapo, na tayari vile constitution inasema kwamba mtu miaka 3 ana hiyo ruhusa ya kufurahia matunda ya sehemu hiyo. Yale haya yote ambayo nimeweza kuzungumza kuhusu mambo ya kuhusu mambo ya education, mambo ya livestock, iko na mambo ya housing. Moderator, tayari mimi nimeweza kupitia uhusiano yangu na UNHCR kwa mambo ya under article 43, mambo ya economic and social rights.
Naam.
Kalobeyei imefaidika na nyumba zaidi ya 280, mambo ya housing.
Yes.
Kalobeyei kwa mambo ya tunasema clean and equitable service, sanitation site nao sasa inafanywa. Wanafunza watu namna kuweza kujenga vyoo kupitia modern technology. Na hawa watu pia mimi nimeweza kuzungumza sukuma UNHCR kuhakikisha hata nyumba hizi ambazo zinajengwa. Tayari mimi nimeweza kusukuma lands kwa sababu mimi ni zaidi ya 100 by 100, na hiyo nyumba UNHCR wanakuja kuweka nyumba. Wanajengea hiyo nyumba tunasema 280. Nimeweza kutenga mchanga na umeweka plot 100 by 100 na maji imefurutwa kwa sababu tayari maji inafurutwa, na nilikuwa nimesema nikichukua hii nafasi nyingine nitahakikisha UNHCR wampatia hawa non-food item ili kuhakikisha kwamba hawa watu wamefaidika kupitia mambo ya hospitali. Ukienda Kalobeyei daktari kisuri cha jusa, kibaya cha jitembeza. Slogan yangu ni kwamba kaa na watu, kula watu ndio. Mimi kwa hata 2 ama miaka 9.5 unasema ni vile nimekaa na watu. Nimesomea mambo ya niko na certificate na mambo ya public relation. Ninaangalia mawazo ya watu, naangalia tatizo na mambo mengine. Ninasimama ambaye niliokoka mnamo wa mwaka 1983, na nimebaki nikimwogopa Mungu, na nimebaki nikimuisifu, na nimebaki na kuangalia ni lazima niweze kupata electors wangu haki yao. Mimi jambo ambalo ninaogopa watoto wangu, ninaogopa visasi vyangu. Unajua nasema, Biblia inasema kwamba unaweza kuleta kazi kwa visasi 4. So mimi yale ambayo nafanya sasa hapa, bwana moderator, daktari, ninahakikisha kwamba ninawafanyia wakaaji wa Kalobeyei matakwa yao, kuhakikisha wameweza kupokea mambo ambayo itawafurahisha wao, kwa upande ya maji, kwa upande ya elimu, kwa upande ya crop production, beekeeping na mambo mengine haya yote, ili hata kesho ninapopumzika kuna usemi ambao watu hawa watazungumza juu yangu. Hata mtoto wangu atakapopita awe na nafasi ya kupokelewa na wakaaji wa Kalobeyei, waweze kumwambia wenu alikuwa mzuri. Na hiyo ndio maana atakayemwogopa Mungu, atakayeogopa neno la Mungu, atakuwa kiongozi bora. Na mimi niliweza kuwa na mwito, nilisikia kilio ikiita nyikani, na nikawa na huyo mwito wa kuweza kuacha kazi niliyokuwa nikifanya. Niliingia kwa hii kazi ya kusimama kama MCA wakati ambapo tuliambiwa daktari kwamba ni shilingi 7,000, na mimi wakati nilikuwa secretary hata shilingi 1,120, na nikaweza kuacha hiyo pesa na nikaamua kusimama na watu wa Kalobeyei. Na kwa sasa hivi kuna mambo mengi, kwa sababu Waswahili wanasema kwamba asifiwe mvua,
asifiwe mvua.
Sitaki kujisifu, bali watu wa Kalobeyei wenyewe watajua kwamba ni watu wangapi mimi nimeweza kuandika kazi, ni wangapi ambapo nimeweza kuwashughulikia, ni wangapi ambapo nimeweza kusimama na wao kwa upande wa hospitali, kwa mashishi na mambo kama haya.
Those details. On the hot seat is the current here Kalobeyei ward. We are interacting before we go to the plenary session. First of all, are you from the hospital?
Yeah, I'm under medication.
And why are you here? Yet you're supposed to be at the hospital.
I want to take this opportunity, first of all, to appreciate the invitation given, because I didn't want to absent myself from attending this very important occasion. And I had also urged by my constituents at least to attend. And that's why I had an opportunity to come and air out the grievances, focus my vision, so that I'll be able to share out with the partner, so that they can also weigh on issues that I've just done, what I'm anticipating to do, and what I'm yearning to do after 9th August.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. From the bottom of our hearts as Chocha TV, we thank you for responding to our call.
Thank you.
This is the only platform available so far so that you can share your manifesto, you can share your fees. Watu ni mali.
Asante.
Someone else has that slogan. And if you share the same ideology with him, very well. Now, you're looking for 5 years in the office. 5 years. That will make it 15 years. Do you think it is not dictatorial, overstaying in power? What have you not done in the 10 years that you want to do in the next 5 key issues that you think you've not satisfactorily done, now that you want an extension of 5 years so that you can do them better or you can do them worse?
First of all, I had anticipated to retire from the leadership, and I have to inspire
constituents,
my electorates.
Very well.
So that I five for the last 5 years. There are a number of issues that made me at least to go for this seat. One, we don't have a modern market in Kalobeyei. We don't have modern health facility, and that's why I'm working out through male ward, children ward, and staff house. I'm looking for at least to have a children maternity. I'm looking forward to see into it that I have connected Natira Oropoi to electricity, and that's why I talked to my electorates to give me an opportunity to fight for 3rd term. Fourthly, students who have gone to school, we don't have an expert in Kalobeyei to university, and I said through a bursary, I will work out at least to set aside some funds through ward development fund, because already we have passed in the parliament, to ensure that at least those who will do well in universities, we take them for scholarship. And I really had that vision to, before I read lawyers, to have now, and even to have teachers who have qualified to teach secondary schools. And as we speak right now, currently, we don't have those that are in that caliber. And I convinced my electors at least to consider the aspects that I've just highlighted, and I told them to run through what I did and what I'm anticipating to do, and if I qualify to do so, the Kalobeye are anxious to give me an opportunity at least to present them for another 5 years, at least to make what I've said a reality.
Very well. As an MCA, you had 3 functions. What are these 3 functions?
Representation, legislation, and oversight.
Very well. What has been your role in legislation? Which law have you so far legislated as a representative of Kalobeye ward so that your people are happy and they tell you now you should come back to continue legislating? I don't presentation, legislation.
I've been a member for Lands, Energy and Housing Committee, and under that committee, I've worked out with my fellow colleagues to ensure that we have a municipality, Kakuma Kalobeye municipality. And we endlessly worked out to ensure that we had incorporated other experts to ensure that at least we have a law that will govern us to have a municipality. And I played a big role to ensure that Kakuma Kalobeye is going at least to benefit from the proceeds that Lodwar is also having. Because it is recently that we went around to ensure that we have drawn all people from the 7 wards, especially 3 wards, at least to listen to what we have written, the laws that we have made, to ensure that at least Kakuma and Kalobeye benefits from municipality. And I want to tell you, my able Daktari, that it's out of what I did, my fellow colleagues in the assembly, to ensure that we have legislated laws that will make or ensure Kakuma and Kalobeye will also benefit municipality. So I played a big role.
Very well, very well. I wanted to introduce the issue of municipality. That is why I wanted you to confirm to me whether you are part of the process. Yesterday we had MP candidates debate. Are you aware?
I was in Lodwar, but I got information that they were to participate by yesterday evening.
Did your MP participate?
Because I don't sit where he was supposed to come and...
that was a closed-ended question. Was your MP part of the team that was here yesterday? It is a yes or a no?
He was not here.
So you cannot be privy why he wasn't here?
He was committed because we had a function. Our governor was here, and because he is our MP, so he had to accompany our governor to ensure that at least West.
Thank you.
So I've given an opportunity to come and defend himself.
Very well. Yesterday's discussion we had it. The incumbent indicated that he has heard about Kalobeye municipality being created, and it was in the yesterday's newspaper. And I'm made to understand that this is a county government project in partnership with the UNHCR. Did you do proper public participation? That is 1. 2, are you ready for a municipality?
proper participation was conducted, because I believe our clerk and every quarter was informed, and I believe even our area MP is well conversant. And if he failed to attend, if he failed to have attended the deliberation, then he has an opportunity to express himself to this why he failed to attend. Because I believe we had enough time, everybody was informed, and those concerned had an opportunity to come, because even the participants were given an opportunity to come and air out their grievances, and also give out what they saw as dire need or needy issues to be included in the document. And we still have an opportunity others, if they see there is a dire need, at least to have some issues that were excluded to be included, because the document should be inclusive. Link to him at least to do the same. Secondly, having a municipality is a key factor, because as I had mentioned earlier, we played a big role to ensure that Lodwar municipality is a reality. Right now, Lodwar is benefiting from 95 million. And one of the committee members is here, Mr. Chris Erigudi, whom I feted because I was one of the committee members who feted Erigudi, and he did well. So he is well placed to tell us what is happening with the 95 million allocated to municipality. And we are yearning at least to convince our Turkana people, electorates or voters, or people residing in Turkana West, that let's buy an idea of having a thing in Lodwar, beautification of all streets in Lodwar, having electrification and whatever is proceeds from municipality. So I'm looking for this, Kakuma and all the electorates and experts who are here, and even our own students, that let's support the idea of having a municipality, because it's a reality. Thank you, Dr.
Very well, very well. Before we go to the plenary, of course you will have questions from the plenary. I am trying to be brief because I want you to go and get your medication. I have some questions for you. One, there was an issue raised by Kevin Ekutan. Hope you had that question about KISDEP 2. You'll have an opportunity to respond to that. Number 2, you will have the opportunity. Number 2, tunaambiwa uko na bahasha ya makampuni. Nasikia wanarushanga kwako. Maybe utatuona kulanga huko ama hakuna. Number 3, there is a publication, a famous publication by Dr. Ekiro Aukot, which says it is better being a refugee in Kakuma than being a host community. What is your voice on that? Then I'll give you several questions, don't worry. You'll answer the ones you'll be comfortable with.
Answer 3, and then from there.
Oh, you answer the 3. Yeah. Very well. Proceed.
I followed keenly on what my fellow colleague Kevin asked, and my colleague Honorable Epu responded to that. I just want to be open to the forum that the issue or the matter to do with the KISDEP, where I sit, I want to be open and say we are not conversant. The little is known. We only have one of the projects that is being mentioned about KISDEP is the secondary, the university under Lopuri Ward. And since then, the project has the project stalled. Reason being, we don't know. because it is an issue between Masinde Muliro University and UNHCR and the Turkana County government. So I want to mention that the leadership is not brought to the reality, being informed that this is what the KISDEP is doing. And it is recently that we sat as the leadership and we said it will be an opportunity for us to come and have a breakfast or a round table to deliberate or ventilate on matter to do with the KISDEP, because we are of having KISDEP. Because we had a document. I had a document. There are thematic areas that our experts here sat and give their minds, and out of all what was included and written, none of those issues have been implemented. So we have a concern with the KISDEP, and that's why I feel that I'm not part and of what is happening with this KISDEP. So it is a concern of all of us, a concern of the leadership of Turkana, the office of the, because they have a representative who is working, who is facilitating, who is ensuring that all activities with UNHCR is done through his office. Because I believe, I remember sometimes back, some years back, the leadership here had a round table. We had an opportunity to air our grievances of the community, and HSO had an opportunity to answer them. But right now, all head of agencies are being called to Lodwa. They have a call to Lodwa, and they respond to the governor. Secondly, the issue of Bahasha. I want to say, from where I sit, I have never stepped into UNHCR office. Even I don't know his office, because I remember when we came into leadership in 2013 to date, our MP, Honorable Daniel Epuyo, mentioned to us or told us that we need to be a distance from getting into UNHCR. Once these people see us getting into their office, the issue I'm mentioning will come out, that we have been given a brown envelope. So I understand even right now we have security. I don't know, we have another day security in mining the gate. There's tight security in that camp. So what we only do nowadays, our moderator, we do present our issues, the community issues, through an organ that has been set. We have DCC and county sub-county office. DCC's office being chaired by him or his co-chair, and that's where at least we have to give our issues. On the same note, we had corporate social responsibility, where we had to benefit from the land we gave to UNHCR. So we enjoyed for the second term. I don't know what came in, because the county government came in, the governor changed everything. Nowadays, there's no corporate social responsibility. And these other issues you are mentioning, it is null and void.
Mheshimiwa, 2 issues so that I can give to the plenary. Population influx. You've not answered where I asked your comment on being a refugee in Kakuma is better than being a host community. Basically, they have access to water, they have access to food, they have access to better education. Yet they are refugees and the host community is suffering. What is your opinion?
That is a wide and a broad expectation. It is something that involves the county government, and that's why I want to mention that we are trying our best where we could. Because right now, there's the issue to do with unemployment. We have many of us here who have finished secondary school, and others have finished universities and are jobless, able to stay even under $1. And that's what Dr. Aukot is trying at least to speak it out. And it is an issue that should be dealt with leadership, not as Kalobe, because right now there's a pulling factor in Kalobe where we have people from Kibich, we have people from Lodwa, we have people from Lokichogyo, and other parts of this county who have now moved to Kalobe resettlement. And we are trying to work out. We have already spelled this issue with this, and we have informed them. The hardship our people are going through, and we are trying. We are trying, and I'm even trying because as I mentioned earlier, and you have even pushed them to the wall because they are looking for more land. Them until you implement what we had agreed, until I see elevated tanks put up in all villages that are adjacent or surrounding the Kaloberi settlement. I want to see a modern secondary school, and as I speak right now, we have a modern secondary school under Kaloberi where I gave a land 300 by 150 land, and we have UNHCR has built a modern secondary school. And I believe that secondary school is not under UNHCR, is under Kaloberi. And as I spoke to them, they said there are plans where the UNHCR will hand over that modern secondary school to Turkana County Education. So that's the proceeds of my work. And as we speak out, moderator, we have tried. I've worked hard. I've talked to the agencies. Right now we have well-established water ponds, dams, where at least there is growth production being implemented. If you go across what is happening in Kaloberi settlement, a good number of host community and the refugees, there is what we call mutual understanding. There is that coexistence between host community and the refugees, where at least right now, as we made water pan 1 under village 1, we had 150 participants who benefited from the project. And we had drawn 150 participants from the refugee side. And they were brought together, taken to Lokichogyo and trained. So they have skilled in putting up cabbages, and to mention a few, where at least housing. We have this what we call the nets, housing nets that have been brought up, and our people have been the world globally through what we call Corona. UNHCR even told us right now there's no funds from donors, so we need also at least to see on how we are going at least to benefit or appreciate from the little we are getting. We appreciate from the little we are getting. We are getting a fact, and we cannot say it's not what he researched. It's what is happening here because of a pulling factor of our own people and the poverty level that not only affecting Kakuma or Turkana West, the entire county, and that's why at least through this refugee we have the Turkana county. That's why they have come to Kaloberi.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Finally, from my side, I know some time back there was Operation Liveline Sudan, Lokichogyo, the city. You remember Lokichogyo? How it used to. I know the camps are moving towards Kaloberi. I don't think if you've more land to allocate to units. With the expansion, with the introduction of Kalobeye Settlement Center, do you think you'll still have pastoral land? Do you think Kalobeye will be sustainable after the disappearance of quote-unquote refugee work? And what do you plan? What is your vision? How do you want it to be after refugee work?
Thank you, Daktari.
As a response to that, back to the plenary, 4 questions from the plenary. 2 from this side, 2 from this side. I've seen one hand already up. Second hand, I want a lady. Pepalito, where is the lady? I want a lady. No ladies. Then you will represent the youth. Yours is online. I am not online. I am waiting for online questions. If it is online, no problem. We will ask him. Kevin, you still have a question? So we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. Very well. Respond to that as we go on, as we go to the plenary.
Thank you, Daktari. I just want to be candid enough to the question you have asked. Kalobe, 1. 2, we are not ready to allocate any more land to UNHCR. 2, 3, there is an MOU way back in 2014-2015 on thematic areas that UNHCR ought to have implemented, and none of those issues have been implemented. And if UNHCR will be keen enough, will resort to go back to and confirm to us the issues raised by the community through the participation we had between the host community and them, and they opt at least to go by that and implement on issues we have mentioned, then we are going to have a round table and see on what they will present to us. Secondly, not only Kalobeye that are ready to give land. Kalobeye and Lopure is now locked because we need to have enough land for our pastoral community. We need land for expansion. And we are, if letter or is ready to be convinced and give land to them. But from where I sit, but telling this crowd, until I see or witness all that we had project aspect, there are a number of issues that I've gone through and highlighted. I know I should foresee that after refugees, then what next? We did in our assembly, we passed ward development committee funds, ward funds I mean, and through the funds we ensure, because we sit, I will go through, I will have meetings with all my voters and all the residents of Kalobeye for them to give their priorities, so that we put projects that will be able to, not projects that will be eradicated after maybe a short while. So we needed to, that's why I had mentioned earlier that we are preparing our children through the system that have ventilated in the documents that I don't want to present here, but the documents that I have with my people, that we need to ensure that we have sent students who have done trying at least to venture on possibilities to have friends who will be able to give funders to send these children. And this is something that I'm working out, at least to have friends outside Turkana, at least to say. And as I had mentioned, I've begun by taking my students outside Kalobeye, at least to good schools, so that at least they can get good grades. On the same, I worked hard to ensure that the previous head teacher or principal at Kalobeye, who mismanaged Kalobeye Secondary School, after having all those in fair seat, we have now a well-established management under the leadership of a new teacher who has really worked out. And I'm appealing to all parents who had drawn their children from Kalobeye. At least Kalobeye is a conducive environment where your students ought to learn and at least get education. Thank you.
The guys who had questions can come forward. But before that, there is an online question on environmental degradation. It says, there is environmental degradation due to refugees settling around Kalobeye. What are you doing to overcome that? Then, there is an issue, the living standard of refugees already answered. There is an issue asking you, why are you the only one in the debate? Where are the rest? Did you intimidate them so that they don't come to the debate? Yes, you can answer those two as we wait for the three guys I have told to come forward. Please come forward, the guys with questions. If it is a question yenye ishaulizwa, tafadhali tusirudie.
The moderator, I want to say that
respond to those ones as they come forward.
I have not. I want to say that for those who have not come here, we are 4. All of us got an invitation letter to avail themselves here, and I took my initiative to come here. And they have a responsibility to answer themselves and to give us reasons to why they failed to come. I'm not in a position to answer that. Secondly, the issue of degradation. I have taken an initiative by talking to RAS, with the UNHCR. I've written to them. I've even talked to the environment, to the ministry that is in charge with the environment, and there are plans underway, at least to see how they are going to improve on what you have just mentioned. It is a big menace, and it is an outcry not only from Kalobeye community, but it's something that is touchy. It's something that even it cuts across Kakuma and Turkana West and the entire Kenya. And I'm appealing to the concern, those who are following up with this media. At least the issue raised by our moderator is appealing to UNHCR through Geneva office to see on how we are going to improve on what has been mentioned.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. We can now go to the questions from the plenary. Tell us your name, your ward, and to the question. Do not ask personal questions. I hope I'm clear on that. Very well.
Good evening, all of us. My My names are Patrick Tioko, resident of Kakuma, and a resident of Kalobeye also. I only have 2 questions to ask Honorable Nyanga. Nyanga, pole, utapona. Chitani shindwe. Ile maneno umeongea ni education, bank, kila kitu.
Your question, please.
You need maybe to upgrade yourself. Go to constituency level or county, so that our county will be shining now the way Kalobeye is shouting. So there's no need of mark time there for 15 years.
What is your question, sir?
I want him to graduate, go to the next level, instead of being stagnant in Kalobeye for 15 years. That is my question.
Thank you. That is a compliment. Share the mic with the next person.
Okay, second one. He has only concentrated on the highway and the settlement. He has forgotten common mwananchi yule ambaye anaishi Sisirian Park, anaishi na Weuntos, Tultul and beyond. I don't know whether he has this idea of ambaye imemaliza ng'ombe, mbuzi ya wananchi. Ebu angalia ile maneno ambaye waraia wenyewe wanalia sana. I think I'm through.
Thank you. Give her the mic.
Thank you. I want to tell Mr. Tioko that
maybe you can wait for the other 2 so that you can respond together. Please, Tioko, come to the plenary. Come this side.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ome Godwin, a resident of Oropoi, residing in Kakuma, a voter at Oropoi Primary. Honorable Joseph has tried his best. I also appreciate him because of paying school when they are in diaspora. So thank you so much. I have a few concerns here. One, how do you address the issue of inclusivity in Kalobeye? Get us some data about your employment statistics, status of Kalobeye, Oropoi, and other places. Also, shed light on contracts. Who gets contracts in Oropoi, in Kalobeye ward? Also, shed light on professionals, Kalobeye professionals. Do you have data? So you can share with us, because it's very important. If Oropoi, Natira, Kalobeye, these other places are also included in your database as professionals, because I've never attended any of your meeting calling elites of Kalobeye or Oropoi discussing issues about the ward. So please shed light on that. Then the other thing is on education. Last year, Oropoi Primary did KCPE. All candidates scored below 200 and none proceeded to high school. What is the issue? Have you looked at that? Why is it all those candidates failed? And what are you doing to address and none transited to? Why is it that way? Then also, I want also to these illegal commodities coming through our border. There's a lot of bank coming through Kalobeye ward. There's a lot of these hard drugs like this alcohol kick from Uganda. They're all coming through Oropoi. You as a leader, what are you doing to curb that very bad situation of us being called as bad people because we are entertaining this kind of habit. To check on the issue of food security, how people in Oropoi and those other places are really starving. Every time people are coming to our places, there is hunger there. People are complaining of hunger. Why? And yet we have fertile land, fertile farms within Oropoi, the MCA, as a leader to address the issue of food security. We have good farms there, but they are not utilized. There is aquifer in Oropoi, a lot of water, around 4 or 5 balls. What are you doing to do those balls? Where can they be utilized to do a bit of irrigation, kitchen gardening, something like that, so that people can really get food for themselves. The last one is on we have Tultul, Nawuntos, we have Kalopeto, we have Nalapatui. We need to have good roads within our ward, so that we are even able to trade with the Ugandans. I can remember when I was young, early 70s and 80s, my father and mother could go to Fibuyu and Guards, and then they come and exchange with the livestock. There was some trade those days. This time around, they need to have good infrastructure within the cross-border corridors, so that we have movement of people and goods within Kenya and Uganda. You know, people can benefit that within that. And then also, as a livelihood activity also, we have, it's just lying there. There is need just for legislation from the county assembly, improving infrastructure, and then have our people doing what? Mining that to gold. It can really benefit our people. So that is what I have.
Thank you.
Just for clarification. Thank you so much.
You come this way.
Honorable. Thank you, moderator.
Nyanga first.
He has asked many questions.
You have the energy to stand, or you can have a seat if you don't mind. Have a seat, ma'am. You can have a seat. Kevin, you are still energetic. You can stand. Or you cross this way. Very well. You have the opportunity to do a rebuttal.
Yeah, I can begin with what Mr. Patrick had asked. I just want to say that it's a calling from the electoral, my voters, that I have to fight for 30 term. I was looking for at least to fight as an MP, but I believe that calling is underway. And those who will take after me will learn from what I've put across, so that at least they are able to perform to their best. There are many issues that, as I had mentioned earlier, that I have not implemented. And if I want to do so, then those who will come later, they will leave it. Because you remember a project in Aklekpus, where our previous MP, Honorable Munyes, built a structure in Aklekpus, and until now, it has not been implemented. So I want at least to have enough time to do what I have not done, so that when I leave a better founded. Secondly, there are a number of issues that I've done across the world. I had mentioned earlier that I need funds. I've put a well-established water pan at Kanamesek and Epitiosin. There is a water pan in Siriam Park, built through national funds.
Mheshimiwa, for the benefit of other viewers, to you.
So nataka kusema kwamba azika atamari eya ngakorna kala kana subaya ngalo kalubeye aduko kinsuwa kinga kipinang baren eya matatana apoloni wa kinta kana mesek eye kana mesek 1 kana mesek 2 eye dukitonga gipi matata wakinta Siriam Park eye ni wakinta matakul eye wakinta e yanga kipina kala kana baka kinta na wontos e bene khona la pongla pel bene ari alose e ya afreji na plone buki to na kipi wa kinta kini kalobonga na wontos yeni wa kino nanya alafu elosi anyar nala patui ngakoro to ne date e elementas wankas ko na agdeke sine yang baren na ngutungulu na nyota ngakoro ni kote nguna e yati na rio potono rio repotungolo alafu ko bare repotungolo ko bara lotungolo we ngtong baren ngakoro na to ne date e potoro so repotungolo na kauntaga arengo tungolo a national government kejitoko na potu yetoko na ya pisiki yelo dwar ngutoko na ngule ponto tiate ngakoro na ana wontos ya ana elo na to ne de mete na wontos boni ye eriyo kinto ne de to la na tinna wo na kanga sekona yete ni mogila yete ni kijami to teteleit so are to na arekna lo kijami is to na tiauni akitiere edeke ngolo le date odere ngichane ngulu are to na ara to na national government na etatam to na suang ngrotini lu anyunatang tunga lu we control ngone alemuno ne anyunate aren le yenege kakuma kalodwar esibitanga koroni kotonguna etapitong Turkana yok nang baren ayama da yakar ngabaren yoda yakar ngabaren na kopangna nare are ngon dang tuju tungrotin lu ngara kina ngabaren ngulu kodere de kelo to ne de tungolo atapang baren ko dang ne nyaka pagi ro bang ara nyanga etiji yang ko na pedori akasubu ara nyanga na yena ngakor na pedori yang khoba ke are na county yena chene girio khoba ke na are na lo kijami na sibitu ngakor na dang structures ni ko tenguna potityon to saba ngakor ni tu mugina ngara kesing baren ngakor na Oropoe primary school is a responsibility of all of us. And I did what I could, and I convinced the current area MP to ensure that Oropoe gets low-cost funds. And what I did to Kalobey, you remember very well Kalobey also performed poorly sometimes back. But I had to ensure that I have replaced the head teacher. And Mr. John right now is now taking the lead, spearheading matters to do with education, and where I sit, Kalobey is now doing to its best, and a good number of students have been sent to good and well-established national schools. So I want to call upon residents of Oropoe and the committee managing the affairs of Oropoe Primary School that they need to pull up their socks and ensure that Kalobey get back to where it was. Because I have a number of students, good number of students who schooled in that school and performed well, and right now they're having good careers and they schooled in that. I just want to say, my friend and colleague, that let's not shift blames to the leadership. And yet there are those people who have been bestowed responsibility in that community who are supposed to air out what the problems that is at school. Because from where I sit and from what I've heard, the funds that are chiffons the funds. Once the funds get to the account, they call the committee, they share their percentages, the head teacher gets back to his business. Understand, when the schools reopen, Oropoe Primary School takes a month without a single teacher reporting to school. You see? And whose failure? It's the community. It is the professionals of that community that need to sit down, articulate on issues to do with education, and talk to the youths of that community so that at least what they got should translate to what the community should also know from them. So I want to say I won't be blamed on matters that matters that are attached to the community. I've worked hard to ensure that that school have infrastructure. I've ensured that I transferred the first teacher from the word go. I received the same complaint, and I worked hard to ensure that the previous head teacher that was transferred to that school got a transfer, and we got another head teacher. So we won't be having a issue of transferring it to you as a colleague, that you need to reconvene a meeting, get back to the community, talk to the professionals, the students, and see where the problem is. The issue to do with the inclusivity. I just want to say, Chairman Bursary Committee Kalobeye, 3 terms, because the act spells out the chairman has to take to spearhead distribution of fund for 3, and the current chairman is from Oropoi, who is now taking lead of. So the issue with the inclusivity, I know I'm worked to my best. The chairman CDF committee and coordinator to Kalobeye Ward comes from Natira, and for climate come from Lomanyana Kirono. And I've ensured that other areas, because we don't have those learned people, that's why at least we are seeing on how we are going to improve those areas. Because if the area to do with the Lonyuduk, Nalapatui, Lokwamor, these are areas that I'm now putting up structures, and there are none of those who have gone to school, and putting up in a primary school. Right now we are putting a primary school in Lonyuduk, where the deputy headmaster of Kalobeye Primary School is going to head that primary school in Lonyuduk. We are now opening a primary school in Lokwamor. We are opening a primary school in Escreate. So we are expanding education territory.
I hope those are your last comments on those questions.
The issue with road networks, I had allocated 10 million shilling through county funds, and I believe right now the road to Nawontos, I passed there when I was doing my campaigns, is well furnished. You can ride up to Nawontos without any problems in card. We have managed that road through Kera funds, where at least every year we allocate funds to that road. It is due to little resources that we get from Kera to time allocated to the leadership. 5 years is not enough at implemented all the priorities given by the community. I just want to say the data is there. If you want the data of all those people who have gone to school, those who have in the colleges and universities, the data is there, because we allocate funds as per the list presented to the committee. Those who are in tertiary colleges, those who are universities, both in CDF funds and county government funds, we have the data. And I want to assure you, if you want the data, you are openly welcomed to come to go through the document. With the employment, I've employed people across the world, and the majority, as I had mentioned as I began by telling these policy centers, you can't compare Kalobeye with the Kakuma. I remember Kakuma in 1991 when I was schooling after finishing Form 4. Already there are students in Kakuma who had finished by that time. We have a good number of students who have graduated who are in Kakuma. And Kalobe are now coming up. We are now receiving those who have completed secondary school. And I promised them, once I'll be elected, I will work hard, I will make sure, because right now if you go to the DCC's data, you will find there are almost 50 NGOs. And we fail to understand what I'm also promising. That time when come, I will ensure I've gone to all this NGO Kalobeye resettlement under Kalobeye ward, so that I can know how many locals per institution have been employed. Not only Kalobak, together with my colleagues who will be elected by then, so that we are able to find a tangible resolution to the problems affecting our. If I've not asked any question from you, you are able to raise it so that I am able to answer.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Natumai mtakuwa very brief. Sisi pia tumesimama sana. Tuendelee madam. Majina kamili na swali lako.
Thank you. My name is Mary Lomojo. I am a voter in Kakuma and I reside in Kakuma. Concerns women, I'm a women leader, and therefore do not think why should I ask questions, and I'm a voter in Kakuma. During raids, a majority of children and women suffer a lot, especially in the border areas. Please tell us, what measures do you take or have you been taking to ensure that women and children from the border, what programs have you initiated or are you going to initiate to ensure that the women from the other side and the women from this side coexist? At least they have something that can do in common, such that those communities can coexist harmoniously. Are in the university and colleges. Please, I would want to know, out of the 200, you mentioned 200, how many are female within that bracket from Kalobeye? And of course, what I've not heard you mentioning about the programs now that Kalobeye is in has linkages with the UNHCR or agencies working for refugees. What are programs that women do that will always help the women to be economically empowered? Apart from majority of women working in the refugee camp, what other programs are they doing within the community, their host community, apart from going to the camp? And then lastly, you never mentioned anything concerning health of the people of Kalobeye. When I talk of Kalobeye, I'm talking about the whole Kalobeye ward. Have you initiated any programs for the people not living within the camp, but that live at a distance? You talked about water. Let me assume no woman is still carrying a jerrycan on her head because we have 30 boreholes within Kalobeye. By carrying water on the jerrycans, or they have piped water that they are able to access water in there. Thank you.
Can we clap for her? Please, Mheshimiwa, get the two sets so that you can finish up once.
She had 3 questions.
Yes, I want you to get all these so that you can respond once. Kevin, hope you'll be brief.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Logiron. Thank you, Mheshimiwa. First is a compliment for the good work you've done for the people of Kalobeye, and also for the reason that you don't survive. So I am appealing that even as you go into this election, that it will be peaceful and you will be able to allow your competitors to continue thriving. Just a quick one, transfer. Like in football, you have transferred politically. What informed that? To help us also as we think on how to vote this election. There was a question yesterday as to the member of parliament, the incumbent, and it was about scholarships. And as a beneficiary of scholarships, scholarship, I wouldn't really see it like it's light. I want you to take it seriously. Because through my own research, growing low, and the bank is concerned that performance of those who are getting it is not really promising. Even as the number is going low, we are not to ask them to improve it or find a way of ensuring that we retain our good numbers. Yet we share those scholarships with refugees. On general scholarship, especially the one for masters, possibly PhD, I want to see that we were promised, but it wasn't coming out clearly. It was like the person who was presenting it was just giving, joking. It is serious. It is serious. And when people get those scholarships, they're able to open their mind, they're able to see the world in a different direction. I want you to be a champion of those scholarships, even as we go into phase 2 of KISS. It is important that you champion for it. It is possible that we can get God, and you're going to pray and push for it very well. Thank you, and quick recovery.
Thank you so much, Honorable Joseph Nyanga, and the plenary and the organizers. Thank you so much for coming here and telling us the much you are doing for our people. One question, and this question is a follow-up on what you just mentioned, and we also had a session yesterday when we had a session with the area MPs and the rest of the aspirants. And this is the question. You notified us here that you are supposed, as leaders of Turkana West, that are supposed to be approaching the agencies around there, or the UN agencies and the implementing agencies, as the county government, the county leadership has now taken that role, is coordinating with them. Whereas, I'm sure the one from this horde and as well, is required to sit together and find a solution. As a leader, leaders find a solution, direct the people. What are you doing as the leaders of Turkana? And what are you doing to a situation like this? Because I see there would be a disconnect between you, the county government, and the agencies around her, which means the rest of us will suffer for the longest time possible. And that is my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I just want to take this opportunity to appreciate the three for being eloquent enough, and the question raised is well presented. I want to begin with what Madam Mary put across. I want to be open, Madam, that out of the students whom I had mentioned, we have few ladies who have graduated. Kalobe won't be compared with Kakuma, because Kakuma is cosmopolitan. Kalobe is a mushrooming center, only came to limelight through devolution dispensation. Through devolution, that's why our student got an opportunity to get to, or an opportunity to access education. More boys, unlike girls, got an opportunity to get to school. And when messages went across, when we convinced the parents, It's now when the girl child got an opportunity to get to school. So we have those few of those girls who have completed and graduated from nursing. Says there are less than 15 out of the number. So we are encouraging them, and that's why you find even through the parish, we are now establishing a private primary school where at least now education, both gender, and I believe through that with time we are going to at least to get more girl child getting access to education. Secondly, on your question asked, I'm trying to build up a mutual coordination between Mr. Hillary, who is the MP of Komion, and Mr. Mihidi, and out of that from our in the Komion, so that we will be able to have a market day where we'll be having a market day in Oropoi, maybe this week in Oropoi on Wednesday, and next week in Komion, where at least we are able at least to interact. And one of the reasons at least to make them coexist is I want to put more structure. We have begun a primary school, and I want to put more resources to now across the border, that's Komion, to come and integrate with our own at Nawontos. And I believe having that coordination, mutual understanding, mutual coexistence, the cross-border issues will come to exist. And that's why I'm saying we are trying our best to ensure that we are trying to come up with a project of beekeeping. And through the parish of Oropoi, we are encouraging women at least to indulge themselves in such activity, so that at least they would be trained, they are able to process, and also able, after processing and having that product, they are able to sell. Because right now we are getting the same product from Uganda being sold through Kenya, and we are encouraging our women to encourage our women at least to get into many training. They are weaving now. They are making. Many of them have been trained to be tailors, and even through the COVID-19 pandemic, as when we had been affected by the disease, many women of Kalobey were given a contract to prepare those masks. And it was out of my initiative when I talked to AHR, at least to educate or train to get knowledge or skills on how to prepare masks, and most of them benefited. There are many women who have been trained on how to indulge themselves in crop production, and I'm also getting more support from NGOs, because right now kuna hizi kitchen and wao wanafanya mambo mutual aspect, kwa sababu tukiwa viongozi ni lazima tunyenyekee kwa niaba yenu, tuzungumzia ili waweze kupata nafasi kuweza kusaidia watu wetu. Mambo ya scholarship, tulisema kwamba tumepitisha, we have passed a law, World Development Fund. If it won't be implemented in 2022, it will be implemented by the year 2023, where we have set aside 35% of the revenue of all money received from National Treasury. If it is 40,000, So it will be me and the community and the committee. It will be able now, as Kevin has mentioned, if you see there is a priority now by the community that we need to send things to the governor and the executive, that we need now to put more money for scholarship. So that, because how are you able now to give 20,000 for a person who have gone for medical course and is supposed to give him 20,000? So we had to convince the panelists, the executive team, the bursary team who are in charge, that it is now our prerogative to convince the committee to allocate money for specific purpose. If it is medical, if it is 200 or 300, we are able now even to give 150,000, depending on need priority. And we have also passed a law in the assembly to allocate. We had allocated 200 million shilling to begin with scholarship, because we needed to have an expert. Expert said right now in Lodwar County Referral Hospital, we don't have experts. We had a few who had come for to do with the medication, and there are no drugs. But when you hear from the CEO himself, he says we have 70 doctors in Lodwar County Referral Hospital. But if we get analysis, we only have few. So that's where we are saying, as you give us an opportunity, as you elect us, these are some of the issues we are going to work out. We are going to ensure that our common goal is to make you people happy. We are going to interlink with the coordination, as mentioned by my colleague. The failure is within us leadership. We need to work as a team. We need to coordinate, because what has failed the development of Turkana West is divide and rule amongst us as leaders, and somebody else work is talk. So we don't bring our to disagree. We need at least to see the problems are affecting you, so that I take it as my problem, so that I will be in a position at least to articulate on issues that will make you people happy. So I'm appealing to all electorates, the 7 wards, to elect leaders who are able, who are humble and God-fearing, who are able to deliver, and who are there, who will be given mantle to present them, and not their own interest, but the interest of the voters. Ya pili, ingilia mesungumzia hapo mbeleni, kabla county government haijakuja, tulikuwa tunafanya leaders ya youth, mama, tunaketi chini, wanaleta issues zao, na tulikuwa na corporate social responsibility. UNHCR ikitoa 50 million, tunagawa hizo pesa, na at least kulikuwa na miradi ambayo tulikuwa tunapata as proceeds from hospitality we are giving to UNHCR. But since then we have failed to implement such projects because of incoming of county government. So little is seen from us. I know you have shifted blames to us. We have not done this or that, but I'm humbly requesting you give us an opportunity, you give us this chance, that's where at least you can weigh on issues to do with the education, issues to do with the health. And I want to tell you, I've managed to build 11 dispensaries.
I hope you're summarizing, Mheshimiwa.
Yeah, 11 dispensaries. Out of 11, as I mentioned, out of 11 dispensaries, only 2 that we don't have staffs. They are there. We have presented the issues to the relevant authority, and up to now, have not been even allocated one nurse. The current budget I was given 74 million. I've allocated 12 million to Abat for a new dispensary. Lokwanya 10 million for a new dispensary. I've allocated Kechurutak 8.9 million for ECD. I've allocated Lochileta 7 million for ECD. Kopeto 4 million at least for a ball to be drilled and equipped and put a water tank. And I believe in, if this is the area, and I heard that they're also planning the same. I've put 4 million for Nakechurutak to improve the borehole. I've put 3.5 million to Nawotom, at least to improve water issues there. I have put 3.5 million to desilting na Lapati water million, to desilt Nanya water 5 million, to desilt Matakul water pond. I just want to tell you, Madam Mary, your question was well presented. I dug 30 box, and the reason why I'm convinced is to ensure that they get adequate clean water through piping. And I want to pipe Nalapa, I want to pipe Kalobeye areas remaining. I want to pipe na Oropoi, I want to pipe na Tira, and I want to pipe Lomanya na Kirono, the big towns of Kalobeye centers and electrification. And I believe even those people of Kera visited the community of Natira, and they had grievances from them on the need to have area being electrified, and also Orope and access Kera. And I believe soon or later they are going also to get electricity. Kalobe, as you know, Kalobe, everywhere right now, Kalobe is getting electrified. And what I'm appealing to all voters of Kalobe, we add through corporate social responsibility of through Kena, and it is recently that I received a phone call from them to set aside a piece of land for them to come and put up a modern market. So I'm looking for at least to allocate 20 million from the budget given to Kalobeye.
But before we give you a break, please tell us which way Kalobeye. Who are you drumming up support for? Who is your president, member of parliament, governor, woman rep, MCA? After you are done with that, tell us your parting shot. Thank you. In 3 minutes.
My party choice ODM. So I was in Jubilee, and I want to say, and I want to be categorical that maybe people will tend to say Nyanga was together with the Honorable Puyo, and the reason why maybe we parted. I want to tell you that Puyo is my friend and will remain my friend. It is because of political dynamic. I chose to go to ODM, and he decided to go to UDA. So we didn't have ideologies. So maybe I will support him as he look for to be a governor. We are going to at least to look forward to work together. So for those people who are putting up rumors, I want to say the same way Raila Amolo Odinga with Mudavadi and Wetangula, they were friends. But right now, Weta and MD are in one Kenya Kwanza, and Raila is in what? is in Azimio. Unlike me, I am in ODM, and Mheshimiwa is in what? In UDA. So there's no differences at all. So we are friends. It's only matter of ideologies, and I decided to support whom I am supporting in ODM, and he supports whoever is supporting in UDA. Secondly, my president is His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga, and my governor is His Excellency Jeremiah Ekamais Lomurukai Napotikan. Lea Audan Lokala Udande is my choice as women rep. Honorable Losike Lokaimoy is my preferred candidate for MP. It's my choice. And my voters chose to go for MCA Honorable Joseph Nyanga. That unajua hii ni hapa tu, unajua Losike alikuwa anataka kupiga chakula na akatafuta mao moja mbili kakosa, akaitafuta akawa na ndoto, na siku moja ndoto ikamkujia na akasema kwamba ukienda Kalobe na uende Letea, hapo ndipo unaweza pata hizo jiwe mbili. So alipokuja Kalobe akabatika akapata jiomo, akaongeza ikawa mbili. So alipoenda Letea pia karibu na Kitongo akapata jiwe jingine, na akabebana hiyo jiwe akaileta, ikawa sasa tatu, ikawa 3 pillars. Na wakati alikuwa anapiga chakula na akaweka sufuria, sasa hizo pillars 3 sufuria vizuri, na wakati alikuwa kikoroga hivi haikuwa inatingika, na hiyo ugali ilikuwa inapigwa hapo, ilikuwa ni tamu sana, na ile ugali wanasema chika sile na ngaria, so ndio maana nasema kwamba njooni tusemesane katika chama chetu cha ODM. Ni chama ambayo mnaipenda, ni chama ambayo imekuwa na sera za hizo. Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga amefanya kazi mzuri, na leo ndio tumeamua kusema kwamba kwa nini tusisimame na huyu ndugu, kwa nini tusimama na yule mambo mengine. Mimi nimesema kwamba Mheshimiwa Daniel Epuya alikuwa ni rafiki yangu, na mimi nilikuwa na maoni alitoka na akaenda kusimama senator na alikuwa MP. Mheshimiwa Lodepe alikuwa ni MP, akatoka akaenda akasimama kwa governor. Mheshimiwa Jeremia ni MP, akatoka akasimama kwa nini? Kwa governor. Sembuze kwa nini Epuyo hakuweza? Kwa sababu sisi wote kwa heshima kuu, kwa uwiano iliyo miongoni mwetu, tulikuwa tumeamua, ilikuwa na kikao chetu MCAs wote Turkana West, ndugu wetu Epuya angesimama governor, tungemsupport mia juu ya mia. Naona? Lakini sasa vile mwenye alisema atasapoti mwingine, nye sasa hii ilileta mgawanyiko miongoni mwetu, na sasa bomu pia ilikuja kwa nyumba pa Epuya akaruka, akabatika kaenda UDA. Mimi pia nikabatika, nikaruka, nikaingia nyumba ya ODM.
Give us your parting shot, Mheshimiwa. Your parting shot.
Mimi ninawatakia siku njema, ninawatakia nafasi ya kuweza kupiga kura kwa njia iliyo sawa, kwa amani, kwa upendo na uwiano. Kura ni wewe, uamuzi ni wako, tupige bila kukombana, na kwa sababu kuna WAC ninawasi kwa njia unyenyekevu, kwa moyo mkunjufu, tupige kura, kwa sababu si kura ni siku moja. Maisha yetu itaendelea kudumu bila UDA, bila bila sijui chama gani, but mimi na Mary tutakutana, tutafanya biashara pamoja, tutashirikiana na mambo mengine. Nafikiri kwa hiyo kwa ufupi nawatakia heri na fanaka.
Shukrani mheshimiwa. Karibu mheshimiwa, microphone yetu. Usisahau kikombe cha maji saa 11 kamili. Tuko hapa tunatarajia Nanam Ward, Lokichoge Ward na Lopur Ward. Saa 1 kamili municipality Kakuma Ward. Saa ngapi? Karibuni.
Ladies and gentlemen, tunarudi saa 11 na tutamaliza saa 3 ya usiku. So